task, there is an idea, Mr. Creedy. And ideas are bulletproof.
Hey guys, I'm back. So let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay. If not, I'll adjust things. It's been a little while. I just got home, so I don't know who the guitar player of that is, but I will provide the link in the description. I just stumbled on that on YouTube and I thought it was pretty sweet. I haven't had a chance to make a new meme intro yet, so I'll be doing this. Hold on just a second. Sorry about that. Right as I go live, somebody has to come into my room. So anyway, today there was some interesting drama on Twitter between Adam Friended and I, because for the longest time, you guys might remember the rebuttal that I did to the kind of weird ambush debate I had with them when they invited me on their stream and then just kind of pushed me around a bit. And I did the rebuttal and then they never ever wanted to acknowledge it And then their excuse for it was that nobody cared about Iraq anymore. So I did another public challenge to them, and I suggested maybe Good Logic might moderate it, and they still weren't interested. But it got a little bizarre after that. I don't know what's up with Adam. Like, if I mean, he's not feeling well or something, but it doesn't matter now because it kind of ended in me I'm basically just going to tie up some loose ends that I have about them, and then I'm just gonna not deal with it anymore. But there was some stuff I felt that was unsaid. So that is basically what I'm up to. So I had an exchange, and this is one of the times in particular when Adam got really crazy, and it was one of the things that led to me just kind of giving up on trying to talk to him anymore. And it was on the Good Logic show. So this stream is going to be pretty long because it was a long exchange, and then a lot of it is actually just going to be Good Logic, like taking Adam over his knee and spanking him over the issue with Ukraine. And yeah, I would agree. and you're not the only ones. If you guys haven't watched my previous debate with them, that's fine. But the funny thing is so like basically Adam said when I called him out, he's like, "Well, we invited you on your stream on our stream." And I said, "Oh, you mean this conversation?" And I shared a screenshot of the things he was saying to me and the reason why I said I would rather he just reviewed my video, and also why I didn't want to go in his stream again because of the way that they acted. And there's plenty of like comments that were made specifically about that. There were plenty of his viewers that thought he was an asshole in that stream. So it was like, but so he basically freaked the fuck out because I shared a screenshot with nothing personal in the DMs other than you didn't just invite me on your stream. This is how you talk down to me about it, and so then he wigs out because I shared a piece of his DMs, carefully curated. And so then he accuses me of revealing personal information about his family, of which there was none on there. And then after all of the hoopla about me publishing the DM, he then goes and does it on his own Twitter and just reveals it to everybody. So it went from being a big deal. Oh, I forgot also that he said that I was blackmailing him, like that I was going to dox his family if he wasn't nice to me. That was in DMs, and I can show that to people later if they want to really want to see it. But in any case, he didn't just invite me on. It wasn't a cordial conversation. It was further of him just kind of, talking down to me about the topic. And that was kind of the beginning of the end of me talking to him at all. The stuff that happens in the Good Logic stream was really, really, really crazy. So in any case, just going to take a look here at the chat. Let me say here. Oops, crap. Yeah, I said no to Adam and Sitch when they made for the academic agent. I don't know what that was about. They don't seem to do anything about it. Didn't seem very much centric, I assume, but I like Stitch and Adam, but Adam is really leaning into the never apologize type attitude. Well, yeah, and he just kind of feels he can be a dick to anyone. And when you get to the end of this stream, you're going to see like just supreme gaslighting as he starts telling me that I'm a bitch and a pussy for not forgiving him and just like forgive him. It was like, it was so goofy. But in any case, there definitely were problems, and I'm just going to do what I need to do to put that to bed. I was going to finish what I was saying. So anyway, after all the hoopla of him whining that I shared a little bit of our private conversation about whether or not he invited me on the show, and that's literally all it was about, then just goes and shares it on his own Twitter. So then all of a sudden it wasn't a big deal that I shared anything in there because obviously he doesn't care. After he finally bothered to review it, I don't know. The whole thing was a little bizarre. But in any case, I'm going to go ahead and start this. And again, I may have to do this in multiples because this was a long exchange on a very long Good Logic stream. I provided the link in the description, so that you guys can go watch the whole thing. Divinity Said did a very good clip of Good Logic just kind of spanking Adam on this topic. And the one thing is really bizarre about this is that I agree with Sitch and Adam about a lot of things, critical race theory, queer theory, all that stuff. But their take on our foreign policy is this bizarre, our government never does anything wrong thing. And then their mischaracterization of it is to suggest that people who are against, say, what we did in Iraq just have an America bad. That's how much they simplify it. And I made it clear, no, it's not just America. All the superpowers do this kind of stuff. It's not unique to America, but it's bad when everybody does it. And I'm going to make, another thing clear here is that when I became an activist, one of the major reasons I did was the Iraq War. And so, yes, it is a personal issue to me. And I ruminated on it a little bit. And I'm kind of to the point where anybody who just goes around saying that Iraq was somehow supposed to be a benevolent or beneficial attempt to spread democracy to the Middle East, it's like being a Holocaust denier. It's not quite as extreme, but a lot of fucking people died in Iraq. A lot of people died in Iraq. And now there are people worshiping neocons like Liz Cheney, and Iraq is just this thing that nobody cares about anymore. Well, because I was actually a genuine activist on anti-war back then, I didn't quit on that. I didn't give up on that. I did a lot of heavy studying on this topic. And he commonly accuses me of having some kind of emotional attachment that had nothing to do with my reaction to it. He also in this video says that I actively seek to confirm my biases. And later on in the video, you'll hear me point out to him, dude, I'm the left-leaning guy who alienated like 75% of his audience because they were wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse. Anyway, no spoilers. We'll get into it. And if you guys have any questions or whatever, I will be monitoring the chat. I may occasionally mute my mic so that I can take a drink or whatever. But thanks for tuning in this evening. I just decided I'm going to have to review this whole thing in order to make the reply that I want to. So might as well just do it live. This is one of the, like I said, unfinished business issues that I needed to solve. And then I'm just going to not ever talk about those morons ever again. So anyway. And no, I don't disagree, John. That's not the issue. But we can get into that another time. All right, let me pull this up. Thank you for tuning in to V Radio. Okay. All right, so this is Good Logic stream. I'm not going to play the whole thing. He and I had a really long, great conversation before Adam got on there. To give you a little background, one of the things that came up before was like whether or not maybe assassination would be a better solution than, say, invading an entire country. And the whole topic that Good Logic was trying to cover here was, is it okay to invade countries to avoid genocides? And as per typical, when I'm talking to Good Logic, despite the fact that he's a conservative and I'm not, we have great intellectual conversations and exchanges of mutual respect. That's the kind of conversations I like. And it's not because I can't handle it when people are being dickheads. That's not the issue. It's not that I can't handle it. It's not that I'm afraid of it. It just becomes unproductive and stupid eventually. That it just lowers the IQ of everyone who participates. That's one of the reasons why I've cut back on the Twitch streams that I was joining, because Twitch is just full of this kind of shit. And I'm not, if you like getting out your popcorn and listening to people act like children, I get it. I'm not saying I've never listened to it myself, but it isn't the kind of thing that I want to spend my time on, and that's when people act like that, you're not generally going to see me get emotional either. But when it comes to things like Iraq, yes, if you are stupid enough to spread the idea that Iraq was about spreading democracy and that it had nothing to do with money, that it had nothing to do with political corruption or the military-industrial complex, yes, you are an idiot. And more importantly, you're spreading dangerous bullshit. So I will lose respect for you rapidly. And that was part of the problem, was like, I came on that stream, to debate them in the stream before this, in good faith thinking, oh, okay, a couple buddies of mine just want me to come on and talk. And it kind of felt like they were picking fights with me. And I don't know if it's because they had just gotten smacked around by Jimmy Dore. I'm kind of guessing that that's what it was. But that's what it felt like. It felt like they just needed a punching bag because they were really butthurt about Jimmy Dore. So in any case, let's just get into it. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Off the task of watching for that thing to happen. People make that same argument about a lot of the crazy stuff that happened on 9/11.
So here we go.
Joe, I can't believe, Joe, you haven't bought our comic book, Supervillains Anonymous. What are you doing?
I haven't bought your comic book.
I'm drawing a comic book.
Okay.
You don't know that I'm an artist and that I draw.
I had absolutely.
You're like, what are you doing? You're drawing?
I don't know what you do. I know that the picture you have up there of yourself is wicked cool, but I don't know that. Which I just dated myself with that phrase, but
Supervillains Anonymous on Indiegogo. Check it out. Buy a copy today. We're almost done with it. So we'll be sending
are you signed?
Hopefully,
there we go. Are you signed up to my locals? Are you?
Am I? Of course.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
I'm in your chat.
Are you a paying member? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I at least I know about your locals, though.
That is something. That is something. I actually have a locals chat that I'm so bad at my social media. I'm such a terrible person. I opened it up like at 11 o'clock today, like the chat that's supposed to be going on the entire time, and I'm like, oh man.
So now that we've established that Joe is down for killing innocent people, I think.
I hope more terrorists take Americans just so we can kill innocent people. That's my goal.
I almost fell out of my chair when you said that. So
really?
are you not in favor of democracy? Because a lot of people on the right recently are just like anti-democracy.
What is democracy?
I don't actually believe that. You really believe that that's the case?
What is democracy?
We've had Carl Benjamin on our channel many times arguing against democracy. So yeah.
Wow. Hey, I'm jealous that you've had Carl Benjamin on your chat.
Well, I guess I wouldn't really call him a legitimate right-leaner, but okay.
What do you mean?
Hold on. Whoa. You don't need to go to Carl Benjamin. I'm not a fan of democracy either. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
You're not a fan of democracy?
Hold on a second. Look at this.
Hold on a second. No, you just use a term democracy just like that? Just automatically democracy? No. If we had democracy right now, the two of you can have a vote as to who should own this channel.
Mob rule, right? That's exactly
the two of you can basically say, hey, you know what? We think that this channel should be run by, V Radio and Adam Friended, and that this now becomes our channel. And it's like, oh, well, democracy voted. The two of you voted. And, democracy, I mean, do you disagree with the statement that democracy is two lines and a sheep voting on what's for dinner?
Well, I do believe in the tyranny of the majority, but this is why we have a democratic republic. We have the Bill of Rights that protects the individual. I'm fully in favor of protecting individual rights, but at some level, democracy becomes useful in deciding, basic public policy. I mean, we live in
no, we don't.
Hold on.
You've never lived in a democracy.
Why were you upset about the?
You've never lived in a democracy. Let's just stop that there. You've never lived in a democracy.
Hold on. How do we decide the president if it's not democracy?
We have a constitutional republic, which sets.
Yeah, I understand that, but how do we decide? How do we decide the president?
It's based on the constitutional rules that we have.
Yeah, which is democracy, an election.
We have elections. That's true.
Yeah, and that's democracy. Let's look up the definition of democracy here. Democracy. What? Okay, a political system ruled by the people, either directly or through elected representatives. So we have elected representatives, right? Does that mean? I mean, we have a democracy, right?
It's not a pure democracy, which is what a lot of people mistakenly misbelieve about America.
I said it was a democratic republic.
Okay, all right.
Let me ask a question then of the panel. Why is the mob more suited to pick individuals to make all of their decisions for them?
A mob is just a movement that you're not involved with. Okay, to the mob, they're a movement. Look, the MAGA movement is a mob to the left.
Okay, right. Well, whatever.
Nonsense. MAGA is the majority.
Issue, why
Well,
is the majority
so they're
better
the majority,
at
and that's what
choosing
matters.
other people? Well, that's
Did
who
we
wins
just talk
in a
about the
democratic
tyranny of the
situation.
majority?
No, what I'm
Right.
saying
So
is,
why
it's
is
not
it not tyranny of the majority?
This is what I look.
All right. So one of the things I wanted to say about this was that they never actually answer this question. When people are concerned about mob rule, I kind of like go from a direction of like, okay, so you guys don't like, the concept, that a mob may make laws about things or make decisions about things, but you do like the idea of a mob picking their leader who's just going to go turn around and do all of those things. That's the reason why it's like, okay, why is this is, and I'm not necessarily saying one way or the other about how I feel about it, but what it comes down to is this. It doesn't make any more sense to me for the mob to pick the people who have all the authority than it does for the mob to occasionally engage in like direct democracy when it comes to, say, referendums. So anyway, that's the point I was trying to make. I asked the question repeatedly and it just never gets answered. Anyway.
Look, this is what I love about when the argument comes out between democracy and republic. What is the root word of republic?
Poopless?
It's public. Like the public sector. Like the government.
Okay.
Okay, well, you still
versus the
didn't really
private
answer
sector,
my question,
right?
though.
So, yes.
Because that's the question that Mike Gravel asked when he was looking into trying to figure out how to add democratic referendums back. But the point was, why is it better for the mob to pick someone else to make their decisions in the long run? How is that a superior way to do anything then?
This is so basic. This is like everyone has always said from time immemorial, democracy is the worst system in the world except for all the others, right? Like it's the least bad option. So,
sure.
I mean, we're stuck with democracy. If you want, like Putin is going to be president for life. Like he's been in office for the last 40 years. He's going to be there till the day he dies. Do you want to live in a country like that? Do you want to have President Clinton for life?
First of all, President Clinton for life. I'm going to point something out to you. Okay. Clinton was probably top 4 presidents in my lifetime. So President Clinton is arguably, I think he was better than either Bush.
Do you want to have Bush for life? I'm only using it. I picked the most incendiary option because that's what you're worried about.
Obama would be better.
Do you want Obama for life? Like we live in we have a revolution every 4 years, and that's good.
Okay, so by that logic, we should invade Canada so Canadians are not stuck with Trudeau for life. But they have him. I mean, what am I supposed to tell you about that?
I'm receptive to that argument, Joe. I mean, if you want to have,
it's like
if you want to have an argument about taking over Canada, you like I'm your man.
What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, just because there are bad people running countries doesn't mean that it's my job or your job or my son's job or my neighbor's son's job or daughter to go out there or spend their own money to stop it from happening.
Okay, so we're getting closer to the reason why I came in here, because you were talking about Ukraine and you were talking about, I mean, your poll is even framed very, I mean, it's morally wrong to take things from people. So you structured, is the poll done? I don't even know.
I did. The poll is finished.
Okay. But you're like, is it moral to take $200 from people? Okay. This is why I brought up democracy. And I know a lot of people on the right are fundamentally against democracy, but just from a pragmatic perspective, I think you can agree we live in a democracy. This is what America is, right? Like hopefully DeSantis is going to win in 2020, but we could have Biden for another 4 years.
We could. I don't think Biden's going to be alive for another 4 years, but
so President Kamala then, okay,
or whoever Obama deigns to be Biden's replacement.
Look, we're all not rioting because we know we have an election coming up in 2 years, and we're like, okay, we'll live through it, we'll vote, we'll get a new guy in there.
That's a very Western perspective. That's a very, very Western perspective. Yeah, I think you're assuming that the entire world looks at things the way we here in America looks at it, which is ridiculous. It's just not accurate reflection as to how the mentality of people, different peoples and different cultures in different parts of the world. And that's not to say that our perspective is superior to any other perspective. It's simply recognizing that, hey, you know what, a Middle Eastern philosophy as to the right way for things to be done is very different from a Western philosophy, very different from a Far Eastern perspective.
But there are similarities. So you got to admit, like, there's men and women all over the world, right? There's marriage all over the world. There's like monogamy all over the world. There's polygamy all over the world. There's certain institutions that are worldwide, regardless of culture. Correct?
That's definitely true. There are humans.
So,
if you're saying humans are humans, that's
sure. And I would also make the argument that there's two broad fundamental forms of government. There's autocracy and democracy. Those are the two forms of government we see out in the world, in nature, that we observe. Russia is an autocracy. Ukraine is a democracy, is a autocracy moving towards democracy. I mean,
is it?
Well, I mean, I have done a lot, and you could watch videos on YouTube about the color revolution and all that stuff. All V Radio, the stuff you're talking about how you like to go to original sources and stuff like that. There are original sources for all of this stuff. The Maidan Revolution, there's bloggers talking about it on YouTube. I mean, you can look at that stuff. So I went to those original sources when this stuff started breaking out. And I mean, I am under the opinion that, you know, and it's very difficult to move from an autocracy to a democracy. But, you know, obviously Germany has been an autocracy, obviously through the Holocaust that you were talking about. That was a standard autocracy. Now today, Germany is a democracy, right? Okay. So countries do move back and forth between this, you know, consolidated, centralized power system and
but you're assuming a democracy
system.
You're saying democracy is necessarily a better system than an autocracy,
right? America right
but
now.
I'm not sure why you think that every culture would agree with you on that perspective.
Well, look, if you're in a culture that's an autocracy and you are in the ruling party, you're probably going to disagree with me because you like to subjugate all of your fellow citizens. You're the one on top. You're in the elite.
No, maybe I feel as if things are going to be healthier in this type of environment and better for people at large than if we were in if we were in a chaotic democracy, or let's say we're in an area which has the appearance of democracy without actually being a real reflection of the will of the people.
Politics and economics are about the distribution of resources between people. That's really what it's about. I find, and I think there's plenty of evidence to prove this, that the people who make the decisions end up being the people with all the stuff, and the people who don't make the decisions end up being the people who do all the work.
Frequently,
that's true.
I think for a generality, that would tend to be true. Yes.
Okay. In autocracy, you've got a centralized power source, which is a smaller number of people making decisions, sometimes as low as 200. In North Korea, which you guys talked about, supposedly there's only 200 people making decisions, and it's a country of like 80 million. So 80 million people are being subjugated by 200 people. That's why.
The definition of autocracy, just for the sake of argument, is a country or state or society governed by one person with absolute power.
No,
hold on a second. One person, like Putin, is definitely the autocrat of Russia. But
they have elections. They have elections also. He just wins, and we know he's going to win. And we know he'll win the next election, and the election after that, and the election after that.
And they don't look. Nobody can go in and look and see if the elections are up and up. Just my gut intuition is that they aren't. Do you have the gut intuition that these are honest and fair elections?
No.
Okay.
I cannot abide by elections that are not on the up and up.
Wait, there's
as opposed to our elections, which YouTube wants me to tell you that our elections are perfect, and
I know,
am telling
obviously.
You that.
There is.
So you tell me when I have to make a statement like that. Oh,
it's autocrat.
No, you tell
me.
You tell me. No, you know why? Because you've never heard the concept of the uniparty. You're telling me that there's all of 200 people controlling 80 million in Far East Asia and Korea, and I'll tell you that there's 600 people controlling 330 million of us here. How is that different? It's actually statistically, it's statistically the same number. It's actually for every 80 million, there's 200 people. We just happen to have 3 times as many people.
So there is a scale for between democracy and autocracy, and it's a 1 to 10 scale, 1 being autocracy, 10 being democracy. And right now America scores as a 7. So I like what you're talking about. I totally agree with. We're slipping down the autocracy road, and it's not pretty. I'd rather be a 10. I would rather and they rate
and
various
Adam,
things like freedom of speech, freedom.
I think you're a 10. I think you're a 10.
Well, thank you. They rate the things that we hold dear, freedom of speech, open and honest elections, like all this different stuff. For some reason, America's slipping in that direction. Trust in institutions is one of the things on the list. So, but I think when I looked at it last, Russia and Ukraine are in similar positions. I think they're like maybe 4-ish, or I don't know. We could look it up right now if you wanted to, but
I don't know. I don't know that this measuring stick you're using. I don't know how accurate they are. Sadly, it's hard to know. Sadly, the term fact checker practically means propagandist. So that's why. And that's the problem. That's part of the problem we have with our crumbling institutions is that no one knows what's truth anymore.
We can discount the institution all we want. The only reason I bring it up was the concept. I think the concept is sound. That there are nations that are autocracies, there are nations that are democracies, and they move back and forth between autocracy and democracy. And I think people generally like to live in democracies because they have more individual freedom, more rights. Autocracies are ruled by elites, and I think you would call yourself a populist and would be against rule by elites. So that's why it confuses me when people are, well, I understand, because you're saying, this isn't my fight, this is a fight between 2 autocracies, Ukraine and Russia. But I've done my homework on Ukraine, and I honestly feel like Ukraine is a autocracy with the people that are fed up, and that's why these various revolts happened. They're moving more towards democracy. All of the different things that have happened have been evidence that they're moving more towards democracy, and those are American values as far as I'm concerned. Now, if we want to invade a country like Iraq, that's obviously autocracy, and try and, plant our values by force, I am totally against that. But if the people rise up and want to take our values, I think we should be friends and allies to those people, and even the cavalry if need be. And you brought up
why should we send in the cavalry? That's my point. The cavalry is not, it's very easy to say that when you have no skin in the game, when it's not costing you a penny. We'll spend Elon's money or money we borrow from China against our future. And
this is why I disagree with that. But this is why I came in, because listen, we live in a democracy. 50% of the United States. Well, I think the polls for Ukraine are as much as 80% of the of public support. So that's 80% of the people who wouldn't mind their $400 being sent over to Ukraine. And the people like you who don't want your money sent over to Ukraine, your money can pay for whatever. I don't know. Is there nothing? Is there nothing? Is there nothing in public life that you want your money to go towards?
I want it to go to a big fat wall.
Okay. So but there you go. Your money's going to the wall. You can sleep.
No, it's not. It's not. You know what? I'm sorry.
I just was like, you're this huge intellectual right winger, and then you just like shot straight down. I get what you were doing. It's fine. It's fine. I'll compose myself. Continue.
That's fine. What I'm saying to you, Adam, is like what I'm saying is an additional $200. Not that it's like what percentage of the pot are we going to send over there. It's that I want you to cough up individually for this effort $200. Not that you're taking from the global pot here. But
look, I'm going to pay your $200.
No,
Joe,
I don't want
right
you
now. Your $200 is coming out of my taxes, okay? And if you want to put
ridiculous.
If you want to put my tax return against your tax return, I'm happy to do it.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Look,
look,
Joe,
we fought over the semantics before. He wants to say democratic republic. I keep screaming, we're not a democracy. We're not a democracy.
You're the one framing it this way as if it's being stolen from you.
A direct democracy is not the same thing. And if you're in a direct democracy, everything is voted that way. And that was, I think, the point of that. And there's no republic because there's no elected officials.
This is actually called the democratic veto, what Joe is trying to do. And by framing it as every single America has to give their $200. And if one person says, I don't want to give my $200, then all of a sudden we can't do it. Well, why can't we just say, okay, don't give your $200.
Is it moral?
80% of us want to give our $200 and let us send our money.
Well, what if 75% don't want to send their money? Isn't that democracy? When I take a poll here and 75% say, no, I don't want my money going there.
Yeah, but your audience is not 20%. Let's just look up. Is
it not theft to take their money from them? And anti-democratic to take money from people where they don't want to spend it.
It's not, though. Look, this is the framing you're doing is not. You're framing it as
clarify what's wrong with my framing. Clarify it.
A majority of Americans, 57%, believe the United States should continue sending military and financial aid to Ukrainians.
Why do they think that? Is it not because it not because of the propaganda? You're proving my point, Adam. Adam, you're proving my point because we've had so much pro-Ukrainian propaganda, and with all this pro-Ukrainian
so they're just
being
deceived.
No. Stop for a second. We know that money is we know that there's so much money that's washing through from the money that's being shipped to Ukraine. Don't tell me you haven't heard about FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and money being shipped back up to our own politicians. Let me finish my point.
Joe, I consider you a friend. I want to take the temperature down. I don't want to be accused of giving you a heart attack. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm fine here. But what I'm saying is we've seen how our own Congress is basically being stuffed full of money to support Ukraine. We've seen how the elitists have been getting that. We've seen that 70% of the money that we sent to Ukraine got lost, and all of a sudden Ukraine is a major investor in FTX, and FTX is sending tens of millions of dollars to Biden and to Mitch McConnell. I mean, they're literally washing the money all around Washington. We've had tons of pro-Ukrainian propaganda, and still that number is 57%, not 60%, not 70%. It's still only 57%. You know how...
I think it's closer to like 80, 90% support of the Ukrainians. This is just sending aid is 57%.
Where did they get their information?
Okay, look, you guys can question the information all you want. It doesn't matter with the argument that I am making. You're doing the heckler's veto. That's exactly what you're doing. You're basically saying, I want to withdraw my 38%, 37% vote and say you can't send any money to Ukraine until you have 100% public support. That is, in effect, the heckler's veto. And it's wrong. 57% of Americans want to see money go to Ukraine. What is wrong with those 57% of Americans seeing their tax dollars sent to Ukraine and feeling great about it?
How can propaganda not be relevant to that question?
Well, listen, so you're basically saying...
So one of the problems that I had in my own debate with the two of them, which I'm going to have to do another stream about that too, just to clearing up all the loose ends, was that they don't believe that money or like control of the media has any effect on public opinion, or it's kind of a back and forth. Like when I did the stream about it, there were plenty of people in the comments who were like, what the hell are they saying? But So he and Such both kind of have this habit of insisting that people just vote for what they support, as if everybody is just a well-educated voter who hasn't in any way been manipulated by the media or the money that people spend to purchase the media to manipulate the voters. So the notion that he's going on, as if people are voting in this situation with all of the information. And that's why I asked, where did they get their information, which Joe totally got. But the issue is nobody has good information on Ukraine, just like nobody had good information about Iraq. That's one of the reasons why I don't even do anything about Ukraine usually, is because it's extremely hard to find reliable information, because literally everybody in that situation has a reason to lie. The United States, Ukraine, and Russia. And it's unfortunately true that we probably won't have all the real information until after the fact. So anyway, let's continue.
Because they've come to a different opinion than you, they've been propagandized.
No,
that's not what I said.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said either. There's very relevant data points that lead to making it extremely obvious.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, look, it's not about a different opinion to me specifically. It's that there's an insurmountable amount of evidence that they are being deceived.
Look,
that's the reason.
So my argument is that you guys
talk about opinion, because this is one of the big problems we have, is that I'm not talking about an opinion that comes out of emotion. I'm talking about, I've done the investigation and I looked at it, and this is what I arrived at.
This is laughable. You have not done the investigation. All you've done is confirm your biases.
In what instance specifically?
Yeah, like everything.
Biases about what?
Like
biases
nothing.
About what? I'm saying
about how I operate, Adam.
Biases about what? Why do you think?
So about everything. Everything I have ever investigated ever, all I ever do is go to confirm my own biases. This was like kind of the beginning of when I'm sitting here quietly kind of tolerating him, that it starts to get a little rough, because that's like the antithesis of what I do on V Radio. That's why I have a bunch of sources for everything. That's why I try to find sources that people can't just dismiss as right or left leaning. That's why I listen to both sides of the story usually. And it's the reason why I listen to people and even recommend people that I don't agree with them on everything. Like, for example, Good Logic and I don't agree about everything, but I would definitely recommend you go listen to him. I don't agree with everything that Jordan Peterson says. I would totally recommend that you go listen to him. But this notion here, this is like a totally baseless nonsense comment he made to me. And nobody who actually watches my material believes that. But he just kind of threw it out there. So anyway, continuing.
I think we started from a position of
give me
being anti-Ukraine. It's not because I'm not, even now I'm not anti-Ukraine. I'm not pro Putin. I'm simply anti our involvement here. If you want to take a status quo of us doing nothing and change that into a status quo of us taking some sort of role here, the burden is on you to shift the needle there. And what I'm saying is, I don't think you sufficiently, or your side, I don't mean you individually, I'm saying is, I don't think your side has properly done that, because
well, you just said all we have is propaganda on our side. You basically said the only reason I have the opinion I have is because I've fallen for the grift of propaganda.
No. What I'm saying is, the reason the numbers are as significant as they are is in part due to large amounts of propaganda that have come. Do I think that there's no truth?
So hold on here. Am I in the camp that's been propagandized?
Let me just finish. No, I'm not. I didn't say that. Let me finish my point here. Okay. My point was this: whatever percentages you have that are supporting this,
right?
Some percentage has been propagandized by what we know are not true statements.
On both sides.
But okay, when you say on both sides, how loud are the microphones of the people who are fighting against sending money there compared to the size of the microphones that are promoting it? It's not even comparable.
Both sides are propagandizing. I see on YouTube channels Putin talking points every single day.
No, I think you probably label my channel Putin talking points.
Is this where the majority that you were referring to in the poll that you quoted got their information? Not the media.
It's very easy to go pick apart any particular poll or information. Okay, if you want to start from the starting point, which it seemed like you guys were kind of going down that route, that we can't know anything, then I mean, why are we even having this conversation?
Well, my point is whether we should ever be sending our money to support. First of all, I wasn't even talking specifically about Ukraine. Ukraine definitely was the genesis that started off this conversation about preventing genocide. But this really wasn't a debate about the Ukrainian war. It was really a morality question as to at what point is it America's duty to go in and
free
people.
No, free people should be able to support whoever they want to support, obviously.
Okay.
But my problem with the way that you were framing it, what spawned me to come in here, is you're basically using the heckler's veto to say we can't support Ukraine or anybody else because we don't have 100% support of the people.
I never thought that. I never thought that or framed it that way.
Right.
In what way do you think I framed it?
You literally did frame that way in your poll. You divided up the entire population of America and you said, look, everyone has to pay $200. Why can't 60% of the people pay $400?
So my answer to you is this: the reason I phrased my question in that poll the way that I framed that question was because I didn't want people to say, yeah, America should do something without feeling that they themselves are willing to have some of their own personal skin in the game. Because it's very easy for me to say, send someone else's kid and use Elon's money to fund it. It's very easy for me to take a moral road when when I have no sacrifice. So that's why I wanted anyone who's supporting it to say, yeah, my level, I'm willing to sacrifice for my moral principles rather than sacrifice someone else for my moral principles.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Is that not a fairer way of looking at this thing than just leaving it to, should we go to war, but to actually make people feel that they're invested on one level or another?
Well, I mean, the concept of having skin in the game, I think, is an apt concept because people make better decisions when they have skin in the game, obviously.
And that's why I said, you know what, $5 is not skin in the game. So $200 is not $2,000. It's not.
Did you? So you just made the $200 up?
I made the $200 up because to me that felt like a number that to most Americans is something you'll notice missing from your bank account, but is not going to be life altering.
I think 60% of Americans would answer like yes, 200. 40% of Americans would say no, don't take the 200. And we have plenty of resources to accommodate that 60%. I mean, that's why money is going to Ukraine, because enough representatives are going to get flack from their constituents if they don't send money to Ukraine.
I see we're still doing that one too. So like, yeah, it never has anything to do with any money or lobbyists. It's always just the constituents. The constituents are never manipulated by anyone. This is the reason Jimmy Dore laughed at you and left your show, because that is the most ridiculous.
Let's not get personal. Whoa. Let's slow down. V. I'm trying. This is Kumbaya show here. This is everyone should get along with everyone. I didn't even know about. Adam, you're amazing at getting guests. Jimmy Dore and Carl Benjamin.
Joe, look.
Who is your booking agent? My God, I gotta fire someone.
Look, Sitch is like gone postal on our booking agent, which totally sucks. I'm friends with.
Do you have a booking agent, really?
No, I'm friends with like everyone. So it's just like
that's amazing. That's an amazing ability. Seriously.
Well, I mean, I try to see people's perspective, and I feel like people will generally respect that. So like Joe, like we're having a contentious conversation here, but I do understand where you're coming from. Nobody wants to go to sleep at night feeling like money was stolen out of their pocket and given to some cause that they're fundamentally against. I understand that. The only argument that I want to make is if we live in a free society, and if people want to spend their money helping the Ukrainian citizens fight for American values and freedom, I think like more power to them. I don't want to stand in their way.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. What I'm saying, but I'll ask you this. You know, do you remember Sam Harris? In fact, I know you remember.
Wait. We have
a whole show about Sam Harris.
Before we go, I want to address the Jimmy Dore clip because,
yeah, I'll let you defend yourself.
That clip basically went viral, but the V radios can be, and I'm going to use the dishonest word because you're being dishonest. V, that Jimmy Dore came on the show, Sitch pressed him on information about Ukraine, and it's information that Jimmy Dore has been broadcasting on his show that is incorrect information. And he ran because he knew Sitch was going to hold his feet to the fire on him spreading disinformation.
What did you feel he was? What disinformation did you feel he was spreading?
What happened?
What?
So this is one of the moments where I was being polite because Joe had asked me to calm down. I want to be clear about something. First of all, Jimmy Dore is an asshole. I mean, some of the reasons I brought this channel back was to argue specifically with some of the dumbass shit he was saying about Bernie Sanders, because he has no understanding of how the Senate works, and he just kind of brings on people who tell him things that are just not true. I worked for a senator, but his characterization of it, I think, was in a lot of ways trying to save face. Both he and Sitch were pretty pissed off when Jimmy just thought it was so ridiculous that they kept spewing these ideas that we had nothing to do with the coup in Ukraine. And he just said, okay, no, we're not going to read. He's like, this is just stupid. I'm leaving. Like, it's just, he didn't run away. He thought that they were beneath him. And he's got like 1 million subscribers. You know, you could tell from the beginning of the stream, he just was kind of looking for the door. Like, he didn't really care to be there. That was my impression of it from watching it. I don't think that the way they talked to them on that stream was great. I think that the guys that they were arguing with were being dickwads. But it's interesting that after that encounter was when I had my own problems with them. And so regardless, Jimmy Dore just said, you guys are, you know, basically idiots. I'm leaving. Bye. If you want to hear more about that, you know, I would look at Logical Checkmate, because he's been trying to argue with him about it a little bit. Again, I don't cover that very much because, again, it's hard to get good information about stuff like that. I will say that I did share a Glenn Greenwald clip recently where he played a congressman kind of accidentally saying the quiet part out loud about regime change in Ukraine. And Sitch just blew it off. You know, I'm like, okay, guys, Glenn Greenwald's one of the few legitimate journalists we have left, but whatever, you know, it doesn't matter now. But I just wanted to clarify that, and then we'll go on.
What's this information that
Look at
Sitch
this.
feel he was spreading?
So the 2014 coup is the misinformation. There's a phone call that's going around that's been completely mischaracterized. We've gone through the transcript on the phone call. I'm sure you probably have the same opinion as Jimmy Dore on the phone call. So
okay, I don't know. I don't remember the phone call, so I don't know what
do you think there was do you think there was a coup in Ukraine in 2014? That's
yes.
Okay, that's Russian propaganda, and we've debunked that propaganda on our show many times. Jimmy Dore spreads that propaganda, and that propaganda is based on a phone call and mischaracterization of that phone call. And we've gone over that phone call with a lot of different people on the show. We went over it with Dave Smith. We wanted to go over it with Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore ran away. Do
you think Zelensky was inserted?
And they deluded themselves that Jimmy Dore was afraid of them.
By Burisma, which is one of the most corrupt companies in Ukraine, that they're responsible for inserting him as president of Ukraine.
Burisma inserted Zelensky.
Yeah, I'm saying like
that's a pretty big claim. I mean, what
I'm saying is there are all sorts of ties between.
You'll hear plenty of that, but unfortunately, it may not be in this part of the stream because this is pretty long. But we'll see. Once you get towards the end, though, you'll hear all kinds of it.
What are you basing that on?
I can't pull the article for you right here and now. I had shared this before on my channel.
Look, if you
which was talking about, which was basically, there was like, I think like the chief operating officer, the head of Burisma, basically having Zelensky like on his payroll before he even had that role as far as being like the whole president and stuff like that. And that Zelensky basically became is like practically a billionaire from serving in this capacity, being from nothing to like basically being a billionaire and being associated with Burisma. So that's why I'm saying, like, you know, we're painting you. Every time I hear you or Sitch talk about this, you sort of paint Ukraine as this bastion of democracy, and perhaps
I
they're a
don't,
bastion of
not at all.
democracy.
That's not true.
Okay,
I
so
just literally said that it's an autocracy moving to a democracy and that it's on par with Russia. Where did I say it? Look, we're at a 7, they're at like a 4.
okay, so if
Where
they're
did I
on
say
par-
it was a bastion of democracy?
So you're saying,
Did I
so,
say it was a 10?
okay, so but we're spending millions of dollars because purportedly they're hoping to move more toward a democracy. That's it. They're as corrupt as Russia, but they're hoping to. We think that they're hoping to move more toward being a democracy. Whether they'll get there, we don't know. But since that's their ambition, that's why we're sending them tens of billions of dollars. And
they had fair elections. Zelensky, they had like UN monitors or whatever, EU monitors in the Zelensky election. They had EU monitors in the election before Zelensky, which was some other guy.
Mhm.
Those elections were deemed by the international community. And I know everyone is skeptical of institutions. They're like, oh my God, Adam believes all this stuff. You can live in a world where you believe none of it. You know, I'm skeptical of all of it. But bottom line is, though, if they can continue the cycle of having elections that the international community and more importantly, the Ukrainian people believe are free and fair elections, and they can sustain that, then they are literally moving towards a democracy. Look, we had a problem in our last election. I would like to see that not be a fixture of every single election that we have.
And yeah, that I mean, those are concerns and that's why I was getting to Sam Harris. That's why I was getting towards Sam Harris, where I was saying, you know, where the whole thing came up with as far as the suppression of the story about the Hunter laptop and how he thought that was totally justified, if only to stop Trump from winning the election. Right? You heard him express that position, which I think you would agree is a clownish position, right? Do you think that that's a logical?
Hold on. There's a video I was trying to share, so I wasn't paying full attention. Go ahead, start over again. What was your?
So
question?
I believe you shared on your own channel a video, the video interview of Sam Harris, where he was defending the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story.
I'm not in favor of that. Obviously, I wanted the Hunter laptop story to come out during the election.
Right. In other words, so you disagreed with Sam Harris and you thought he was crazy for his taking the position he took, right?
Of course.
Okay. So, and you're also familiar with the fact that according to many polls, if that story had become public, Trump wins the election.
Yeah.
By any. No. Okay.
I've told this to Sitch on the show, and Sitch is skeptical that it would have changed anything. And I think, what are you nuts? Of course it would change it.
So my question is, when we talk about having a free and fair democracy that you call, which I say has never been a democracy, we're a constitutional republic, and there's a dramatic difference. I mean, our founders specifically rejected outright democracy because they said that's a failure waiting to happen. So, I mean, it's a much easier system to implement of saying pure democracy, and that we're gonna just have one person, one vote, and vote for president that way. That's a far simpler method to implement than the convoluted idea that they came up with when they framed their constitution. So that's why I keep saying it's not a democracy. It's not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. You want to call it a democratic republic because the people have some sort of say. Okay, I mean, I guess it's more of a democratic republic than an autocratic republic.
Let's not get caught up in what it's called. Who cares? I don't. You call
right.
it
That is semantics. You're right. You're right. You're right. And
I don't want to have a word game.
I agree. I don't want to fight semantics. I agree with you. But my point is this: when you're saying it's a reflection of the will of the people, it's not if the people are intentionally kept ill-informed.
Exactly.
I agree. I totally agree.
So that's not a reflection of the will of the people. So in a similar vein, when you're sitting here saying, well, 60% of us want to spend our money to support Ukraine, and I say that the number, we wouldn't reach that tipping point if not for extensive propaganda in support of Ukraine. And that's why I'm saying to you, we would never have reached that tipping point.
Look, for all I know, and for all you know, that poll would be 90% if it wasn't for the pro-Russia propaganda we're exposed to. There's propaganda on both sides. Okay. So I like your argument basically. I mean, what do we do with that?
Okay, so what I'll ask you this: do you believe that that there's very much difference between Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell, or you think that
Look,
they're pretty much the same?
I shared a video in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Can you bring the video up?
I will
Is
bring
it
the video
possible?
up.
This video's on. So this Aaron Mate guy is the guy that always goes on Jimmy Dore's show. I'm sure you believe everything Aaron Mate says. He's one
I
of
don't
the.
know Aaron Mate.
He's one of the people spreading the most misinformation on Ukraine. A caller calls in that lived in
This is 20-minute video. This is a 20-minute video. You want me to watch this whole thing? I'm asking you, is that what you want me to do?
Well, I mean, we could listen to a little bit of it.
Is there a part that you think, like, is there like a 10-minute section of it that
we
you
don't
think
have to listen to? Wait,
I'm not trying to dismiss. No.
You should listen.
If you
should
think
listen
that
to
20
it.
minutes, if you think it's worth spending 20 minutes of time here, which we're going to have to comment.
I'm dying to hear your feedback on what happens here, because this Ukrainian citizen completely schools Aaron Mate on his facts, and Aaron Mate is the journalist that's spreading all this Putin propaganda on the left, because Jimmy Dore is on the left and on the right. I hear left and right both spewing these talking points.
Okay, so if it's that important to you, I'll do that. Even though I'm not familiar with who. No. I like you. I like you as a person.
You can watch it later. Go ahead. What's your question? I'm going to dip out soon anyway. So what's your
That's
question?
What I'm saying. Are you going to stick with me for an hour while we watch this? Because if not, and that's how long it'll take me to go through 20 minutes of video. I know that because you're going
on 2 hours already. Don't you only stream for about 2 hours anyway?
I usually do stream for only 2 hours, which to you I know is a joke because your streams go 5 times as long as that. It's
not a joke. We should be streaming 2 hours. You are in the superior position here, Joe.
I'm simply saying, like,
we are the maniacs.
I don't know what you're thinking. I'm like, they get so many views. I'm like, how does anyone see a 10-hour video and not be like, okay, I'm done. I can't even. What am I going to invest the rest of my week watching this video? But yeah, I give you credit because it's exhausting to me when I get 7 hours into it. And I did an 8-hour stream once, and when I got 6 hours in, I wanted to like slit my own wrists.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you do 10. It's easier, I guess, if you have other person there who you're used to, like, sort of.
Well, Sitch and I enjoy hanging out. Obviously, I enjoy hanging out with you. Sitch loves you to death as well. Like he always says good things about you, Joe. So.
No,
he got very mad at me that I muted you on our 200th show. But I thought I was doing.
I haven't come back since.
I thought I was doing you a favor because I thought. Look, I realized now that you were going to tell the guy to fuck off, but I didn't know. I thought you were actually going to apologize to him, and I was like, no, don't apologize.
No, I would never.
Him.
I know better. Than
I was
that.
like,
now I'm even more offended that like you think I'm so stupid.
Well, no, I know the truth. I know the truth now, but I didn't.
Get more
so I was like, I know exactly. I was like, no, don't do it, Joe.
Yeah,
don't apologize to this guy.
Yeah. So. When you're sitting here, the point that I was making about the whole uniparty and that Mitch McConnell and that Chuck Schumer are pretty much the same thing. It's just one's in a blue state, one's in a red state. So, and if they switch states, then they would switch their talking points and basically get elected in that state. If Chuck Schumer, came from the Midwest,
you're making my argument.
Joe,
I love you. I love you. Continue.
Bubble up. Listen to me.
Okay, I'm listening.
The point is this. So the uniparty here has a lot of sway over our media between Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer and Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi and all of them being exactly this, and all of them basically being, counterparts of each other, where Lindsey Graham is standing up for Joe Biden and saying, I don't think there's anything nefarious in him keeping his documents there. And they're all in league with each other. They're all in bed with each other, and it's all the global elitist versus the everyday man who they're trying to figure out how they can milk us as best possible. And we know that this war is a very effective way for them to milk us, and that they have a lot of control over the media. How it is that you can genuinely believe that the Russian propaganda is on a similar level to the pro-Ukrainian propaganda is mystifying to me.
Me too.
Well, I mean, there is some truth level to the actual situation. So, I mean, I define propaganda as untrue. So, I mean, the stuff I see about the 2014 coup and stuff like that, that's just it's untrue. It's factually incorrect. What is the pro-Ukraine propaganda that's factually incorrect? Well, maybe that's where the place to start.
The pro-Ukrainian.
Yeah, that's factually incorrect. What is factually incorrect?
I think the notion that they're any more of a democracy, which I think,
well, that's
you're
like
sitting here saying it's 4-4. You're sitting here saying it's 4-4, and what I'm saying is, I don't even know how much more of a democracy we are compared to Russia.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Subjective.
I have concerns when we have issues with respect that our greatest thinkers like Sam Harris think it's totally cool to propagandize the American public so that we get the right outcome that he thinks is the right outcome, so we can save the world from the destroyer of the world, Trump. And you're sitting here telling me that we have sufficiently reliable media.
But now you're questioning. Look, you're questioning. You're questioning institutions. You're questioning information.
Yes.
I'm asking you, what information do you have that what has been said about Ukraine that's pro-Ukraine that you think is factually incorrect? Like there's a bunch of things that are factually incorrect being spread about the 2014 Maidan revolution in Ukraine. They call it a coup. They call it an American coup. Like, all of that is lies. The caller in this video that I was sharing basically gives many pieces of information to expose that those are lies. Information that Sitch has shared on our show as well. So when I dig in to find out what the truth is, I find out the information being spread about Ukraine being a puppet state of the United States is false. So you're making a claim that we shouldn't be aiding Ukraine because I guess you believe that Ukraine is a puppet state of the United States. And
No.
Okay.
No, I think that it's very hard for you to come up with evidence that I can deem sufficiently trustworthy that I'm going to tell my next door neighbor he has to spend $200 on this effort to save.
Well, what evidence do you have, though? That's why I brought up
what I'm saying is what evidence do you, because I'm not the one saying that we should take action. We start from a passive position, and I'm saying if you want to stick your hand into my pocket, my neighbor's pocket, everyone else's pocket, and someone else's son or daughter, which we're not sending our own troops there yet, but if you want to have that authority, you need to come forward with evidence that we, the public, can genuinely trust. This is definitely true and worthwhile. Well, and that's what I'm saying is that's a very difficult yardstick, and the institutions that I distrust have made it harder. That's part of the whole show, the agenda of this episode tonight, is that they have made it almost impossible to reach that yardstick because they're so completely unreliable. So now when you're coming and saying, well, we should do this, we should do that, I'm saying, no, we should do nothing for anyone outside of us, outside of our four corners of our country.
57% of the American people disagree with you.
Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, okay, fine. And you know what? So according to the numbers, 51% of the people voted for Biden.
Right.
Well, what is? But
hold on. And we know that those numbers tilted because of propaganda.
You're changing the subject. You're totally.
I'm not changing the topic. What I'm saying is, it's very easy to get numbers to move in your direction when you have a united front that's sitting here telling the story to the American people.
Let's say the number. Let's say the numbers are incorrect.
They're not incorrect.
He's still reiterating this idea that apparently propaganda has zero effect whatsoever on public opinion, and that the will of the people should prevail when they're being lied to. That he doesn't seem to grasp why this is stupid.
Correct. They are correct reflection of what the American people think, but the reason they think that is because
they've been propagandized. I understand your argument, Joe. What? Okay. That's why I keep asking you. I'm like, okay, in order for you to say it's because they've been propagandized, you have to give me the propaganda so I can investigate to find out, is this propaganda false or is it news true?
Okay. So that's That's a fair question that you're asking.
Right.
Okay, that's and I say that's a reasonable question. So what I'm saying to you is you're sitting here telling me that because well, first and foremost, I don't know that I agree with I personally agree with your perspective that the idea of promoting a hopefully eventually more democratic nation from an entrenched or relatively autocratic nation is a sufficient agenda that Americans should pony up to take care of helping that agenda.
That's fine.
But you're saying 57%. You're saying 57%. What I'm saying is
yes. You go on.
I don't. You're saying so now. If I'm going to say that the only reason 57% of the people believe that is because they've been propagandized. Propagandized. Your class. You limited propaganda into being necessarily a lie, and I don't limit propaganda. So I'm going to ask you this:
propaganda.
No. Hold on a second.
Information that is spread for the purpose of promoting some cause. Okay.
Yes.
So it can be.
So it's
true.
not a lie. So it's not a lie. So that's what I'm saying is the same reason you still see Coke and Pepsi and Burger King and McDonald's commercials, even though everyone knows what those products are, is because they want it to be second nature to you, that this is what you feel comfortable with and home with. The reason we have so many Americans supporting this effort is because we're constantly hearing about the nobility of Zelensky and the beauty of the Ukrainian people and the evil oppression that Putin's looking, that some people label it attempted genocide, even though I don't think there's any indicia at all that you can point to that Putin, if he were to win tomorrow, has any agenda to wipe out the Ukrainian people. But what Americans think is that.
So real quickly, I want to address this. This is kind of the main point. It was like, because, Adam's in the chat right now saying that I'm afraid or that I need logic to defend me or protect me or something. I do want to debate the facts. That's kind of like what ends. When you start spitting facts at Adam, he just mocks you or laughs at you or interrupts you or talks over top of you. Sitch does that less, but he still does it. And when you're on their stream, it's kind of this weird power imbalance, which is the reason why I said I would rather have a moderator. Again, like I said at the beginning of the stream, for those of you guys who weren't listening, it's not that I'm afraid. I can handle it. I mean, I've done Twitch stuff where it's just stupid. It becomes a waste of time. I don't like that they're saying things that I feel are dangerous and untrue about the Iraq war. That's my thing. That's what I'm motivated by. The truth about the Iraq war. I'm not interested in their theories of who I am as a person. I'm not interested in ad hominem. I'm not interested in any of that. And what'll end up happening is like what happened the first time, although considerably more muted, and that was before they were mad at me. Is that you just distract away from the weakness of your own argument by mocking the person you're arguing with. That's the debate bro nonsense that just is not going to get anywhere. And that's why I said to have a moderator. He's not interested in that. And you'll see in the chat, he's definitely really going out of his way to not be interested in that. And the reason why is because he knows I'm right. It's also why they don't want to just play my video. Because if they play my video in its entirety, they're going to have a hard time really pushing any of the facts away. And they can still technically kind of mock the video, I guess. But anybody who plays that and listens to it, I was very thorough. And it just... But again, they review stupid stuff all the time. So you would think that they would take the time to review something addressed to them. They don't owe that to me, but whatever. So anyway, I just wanted to deal with that. So here we go.
That Putin wants to genocide Ukrainians. Why do they think this? Because all they're hearing about is how wonderful Zelensky is and how wonderful Ukraine is and how evil Putin is. So if you're hearing that all the time, you're much more likely to support that effort rather than, they're pretty much the same level as far as autocracy, but one is looking to move in a certain way. And we'll cover this story again 3 months from now. But instead, every night, it's like those brave Ukrainian fighters fighting the war effort against the evil Putin Russian war machine. If you're hearing that day after day, you start thinking like, yeah, go Ukraine, the little guy. Let's stand up for the little guy. I want to help the little guy. So that's the proper. It doesn't have to be a lie. It has to be. It's like something you're promoting.
What
is
is
like
what is
different
root for this? But what is different about this in any other public debate or even election. Like when
Nothing.
Trump gets up and says, you know, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and vote for me. America's great. Like, what's different? How is that not propaganda?
Everyone knows that's a commercial.
Well, hold on. You just
don't
said
know.
propaganda and
Americans don't know it's a commercial
propaganda
for Ukraine.
Look,
Americans don't know this is a commercial for Ukraine when they're watching MSNBC, when they're watching NBC. They just think this is the news.
I've accepted your definition of propaganda, but unfortunately, advertising.
It's not my definition. It's the definition you read.
Yeah.
Yes, but look, we need to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Advertising falls under that definition as well. Information that is spread for the purpose of promoting some cause.
Yes,
that's advertising.
Mm-hmm. Right, and if
so
we saw
advertising is propaganda by this.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, do you get free advertising? Do you get free advertising for building a wall? No.
Look,
by being on MSNBC. No. You might get on Fox. You might get on Fox, but you're not going to get anywhere else.
Look, why are we even having this conversation? You're basically saying it's unfair that public support is on this side because more people have promoted and made a better argument that more people agree with.
No.
Look, the only hold on.
Where did I say that?
Stop, Joe. The only reason I think bringing up propaganda is pertinent is because if you're persuading people with lies, I think that's substantively different than persuading people with the truth.
Right, like Iraq or Kyle Rittenhouse not actually shooting black people.
Yes, perfect example. Yes.
So you're saying it's less insidious than lying to the people is making nightly commercials out of our nightly news for Zelensky.
Well, if they're based on lies, I think that's wrong. I think if they're based on truth, then it's not. Obviously, there's like some middle gray area where we're like,
we promoted, we have Saint Vlad, and that basically versus evil Vlad, and I don't know that Zelensky is the saint and we see all these heroic pictures of him in a bunker that Vogue magazine is shooting from some sort of Hollywood studio.
Can I try to summarize your argument?
Yeah.
Your argument seems to be that there's been a advertising campaign that has convinced 57% of America that we should be supporting Ukraine. Therefore, they are in favor of supporting Ukraine.
And it's worse than that, though.
But I'm just trying to figure out where the moral infraction is.
Oh, because it's Congress that's basically encouraging this advertising campaign, and Congress is basically using this war in part to line their own pockets.
We're making money off of Ukraine?
No, we're not. Mitch McConnell is. President Biden is. They're the ones being paid off by FTX.
All of the companies that manufacture
all these companies
are being sent over there.
What I'm saying is all the money.
The notion that he doesn't understand this basic concept that yes, in fact, people are making money on Ukraine. That this is so abominably stupid. Like, this is just harebrained, ridiculous, stupid. Okay, yes, the military-industrial complex that manufactures everything we're sending to Ukraine is making a shitload of money on disposable items, and they're just going to keep making money. The manufacturers are paid to make that money. That's why the military-industrial complex has a vested interest in this continuing, just like they did in Iraq, just like they've done in virtually every war. That's why Eisenhower warned us about the military-industrial complex. This is an example of what I mean and why I was just shocked that this pair of guys that I used to think of as intellectuals that I agreed with on a lot of important topics just shit the bed on this one issue in a way that's just so stupid. Like, it's just beyond the pale that anybody could be this naive. Anyway,
all the money that's being filtered for the Ukrainian war effort that somehow finds its way back to Congress.
Okay, so you agree
do you not
with me
think that happens?
Like
do you not think that happens?
I don't. I have not read up on any of this stuff. So if you want to send me any of the stuff, I'm happy to look into the claims. Obviously,
you haven't looked into the whole FTX Sam Bankman-Fried stuff?
I know the basics of FTX, but I don't know the.
By the way, guys, all of the people on Twitter that he shared the stuff with deny that Adam ever talks to me like this or ever has talked to me on this. So that's the only reason I haven't muted him in the chat, is because he's doing a beautiful job right now of acting exactly the way I was talking about. Anyway.
I know that there was a story going around about, funneling money to Congress and stuff like that. You'd be a fool to think Congress is not corrupt. But I just, the thing that makes me hesitant to believe that there's legitimate quid pro quo stuff going on is that Congress has this gigantic advantage in the stock market, which is perfectly legal. So it's just, it would be
I hate
easier.
that also. I hate that also.
Yeah, everyone hates it.
That's terribly evil.
But the idea that for me as a, looking from a politician's perspective, if I, know information that's going to lead to, the stock market going up or down, I can make millions of dollars in the stock market completely legally. Why am I taking money from some grifter as, a bribe under the table, which is obviously illegal, when I could just make them? Yeah, it is, obviously.
There was nothing illegal about Sam Bankman-Fried or FTX investing $40 million into the Biden president campaign.
Okay, so he just did a campaign contribution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm a politician, I would.
And then he had his partner, invest $2 million into the RNC. So it was like they literally, and they were trying to buy, objectively, what FTX was trying to do is they were trying to buy regulatory control, that they would be the only recognized regulated cryptocurrency. So this way they would have American sanctioning of their unique sanctioning and blessing from America, that this is a cryptocurrency you can trust and rely on. So they were.
So your argument is that we're selling the Ukrainian war to 57% of the American population so that they will be okay with us sending their tax dollars over to Ukraine, and somehow that money is coming back and going into the political campaign coffers of Democrats.
Who manufactures the weapons that are going over there, Adam?
Lockheed Martin, obviously.
Lockheed Martin, right?
Yeah.
So
American jobs, right
Lockheed
there.
Lockheed Martin invest in campaigns?
I'm sure. Yeah,
that's a rhetorical question. Of course they do.
Yeah.
So yes, so that's definitely a group that is going to be saying, "Yeah, that's great. Let's keep sending those missiles."
Well, this is why when people talk about giving money to Ukraine, I think, well, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. We're giving money to Lockheed Martin, and Lockheed Martin is sending weapons to Ukraine.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's really about giving, like, it's a jobs program for Americans is what it is.
But it's your $200, and it's Sitch's $200, and V's, and mine, and everyone watching this.
No, it's my $400, and your money's being spent on the wall. We already talked about that.
We know that's garbage. We know that's garbage.
What do you mean?
It's really, frankly, it's not your money or my money. It's my grandkids' money, because we're so deep in debt with our deficit. So,
oh my God,
what? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, but I fundamentally disagree with you. Just because would you rather leave your grandkids? Well, let's not go down this road. It's not worth it.
Okay.
We can do a talk on economics later, but
right. So at the end of the day, I think that there's been a lot of motivation to develop popular support for the pro-Ukrainian effort.
Right.
And I think there's been personal interest. I think there's been personal interest. And you're saying, well, because they're able to make money in the stock market, they're not going to bother looking to get direct contributions from various parties and have them flush with cash.
So you buy into like the manufacturing consent model where the media just basically implants people's perspective, opinions into them?
You act like that's this crazy concept that only like really fringe people believe.
Well, I don't believe it, but I do think it's
right, because you're a fringe person. You don't believe that the media manufactures consent? Like, again, because I'm trying to be nice. Joe asked me to be nice, and I usually am, but this is just fundamentally stupid. The media has no control over how people think. Like, you ever study Edward Bernays? Do you know anything about how we got where we are? Probably not. I would imagine, particularly if you're dumb enough to think that Iraq was about anything other than oil and money and power to some extent. Anyway, to live in the world they're in, people somehow come to conclusions completely independently on their own, and they do so in a way that is completely well-informed by listening to the media that he has acknowledged is corrupt. This is kind of the rebound of the same point we've had throughout this whole thing, which is that he just suggests that somehow people come to good conclusions and are not in some way manipulated by the media. And that's why I said, so where are they getting their information? Are they going over to Ukraine and looking for themselves as to what's going on there? No, they're not. Yes, everybody's being propagandized. That's the way it is. The media at this point belongs to corporations. And the only people who are going to give any accurate information are going to be people on the ground, if there were any, and unfortunately there's not. Everybody over there is pushing somebody's propaganda angle. So the idea that the populace is not being affected by the media, and he doesn't believe that. Anyway, never mind. Continuing.
A pretty popular concept.
Why does Coca-Cola have such a big advertising budget? Why everyone? Did you learn of Coca-Cola because you saw a Coke commercial?
Well, I think people have various moral and political intuitions that advertisers cater to, but I don't think I think there are limitations to what advertising can do. Obviously.
Okay, I mean, I'm just like asking. If for some reason these companies, these billion-dollar companies, keep investing in commercials, even though we all know what they are already. Google still invests money in commercials. Why? Why do they do it? They're not stupid. They know it works.
Well, to a certain extent, though. I mean, if McDonald's came out and wanted to start advertising the shit burger, I don't think people are going to start buying shit burgers.
There's a
just
lot
because
more to it than that, though.
Hold on.
Employ experts in order to get this done.
Okay, so the experts can convince people to buy shit burgers.
Yes, because not shit burgers.
Interesting.
That's not what I said. Okay, that was your extreme, ridiculous point. Okay, what I'm suggesting is, and I think this is what Joe is suggesting, is that they do employ psychologists, sociologists. That's what public relations is, in order to help brainwash people to buy their products. That's why you end up with stuff that you have no use for, like a month later. That it's all based on that, and that's been gone. It's funny. Somebody in the chat mentioned this, like back before when they asked Edward Bernays to help start socially engineering society in that direction.
Look, advertising works. I don't like. Where are we disagreeing?
Okay, well,
you seem to think not. That's why. I don't
know.
I'm saying there are limitations to advertising.
Okay.
Advertising, obviously.
So his shitburger comment was kind of ridiculous, but I want to address this. So, Adam, towards the end of the stream, you're going to get to listen to what it sounds like when Adam is trying to bury the hatchet. Spoiler alert, he calls me like a punk bitch and a pussy because I won't forgive him over and over again. That was his strategy to get me to bury the hatchet with him. This is why I said the whole thing is kind of narcissistic and ridiculous.
Works. I laid out an example of where
I agree with you that there are limits.
Difficult. Yeah, exactly.
I agree with you that there are limits, and in fact, and that's why it's much easier that you don't know if it's your $400 or my $200.
So hold on, if the United States government,
you're not feeling the war in Ukraine. If you had to feel the war, if you felt the loss out of your pocket, I think that maybe you would support it.
Do
but
you
I think that it wouldn't be 57%. It wouldn't be. I don't think it'd be 30%.
Do you think the American people could be sold on a nuclear exchange with Russia? Like our politicians could come out and say, we're going to nuke Russia off the map. We think this is the best strategy. Do you think the American people could be sold on that?
Do you think, I don't know what the numbers are. Do you think that if with extensive advertising that the numbers wouldn't go up?
Well, I'm just asking.
No, I don't know what the number is. I don't. If we took a poll today to answer your question, what I'm saying is, if we took a poll today, I think that you would get X percentage.
Yeah. What do you?
And if we spend 6 months,
obviously
a year,
it would be like
we have commercials for why this is whatever. Let's say it would be
put that poll up
10%. Let's say it'd be 10%. Let's say it'd be 10.
I think it's closer to like 25%, Joe. I think 25% that would be in favor of nuking Russia.
Okay, so if 25% are in favor of nuking Russia, and then we started hearing all these different brilliant minds like the Sam Harrises of the world explaining why this is the most necessary course, and without it, Americans are going to, we'll be seeing dead bodies in the street unless we stop them first. And we saw these types of advertising in the form of news for 6 months, 9 months. I'm sure that 25% number would get to 35%. I don't know if it gets to 50, but it gets to 35%.
I'm wondering if we could get it to like 80%.
I don't know. Maybe it could. My point is, my point is that after a certain while, that starts becoming the culture of the country. And if you want proof of that, ask yourself why so many people are talking about whether a trans woman is actually a woman. No one knows what a woman is. Ask yourself if 30 years ago anyone would have thought you're not an idiot for even asking the question.
The reason I'm laughing in the background is because at this point, Joe is like kind of again taking him over his knee and giving him a spanking, and he's not prepared for it at all.
Okay,
but
Joe.
That's how effective a culture can be when it's pervasive for a while.
Joe, do you agree on the reason why that's a situation with the woman debate is because one side is using lies?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think they could get the popular support without using lies, just using the truth?
As far as what? As far as, do I think that the popular support might move? For sure.
Well, no.
It would move. How much it would move, I don't know.
I ask in both situations because I'm trying to zero in on the effectiveness of using lies in the propaganda sphere. So I mean, I would argue that the man versus woman debate that we're having right now is only contentious because one side is deploying dishonesty. And I feel like that's the same thing that's kind of happening in the Ukraine debate. But I don't know that you could get in the hypothetical, up to 80% American willingness to nuke Russia without deploying dishonesty.
Okay, but that's a matter of degrees. What you're talking about is a matter of degrees as to how far things be pushed. And I concur with your assessment that if lies are employed, in that case, you will have a greater degree of people who are trusting it.
Right, because you can make up stuff. You'd be like, oh yeah, we're going to nuke them, and they're not going to be able to retaliate. You could say, oh, we have a weapons system that will completely annihilate any incoming Russian counter offensive. Like there's all kinds of different things you could say. You could say, listen, every single American is going to be mailed a box that will put a force field around their home, and even if
much simpler,
the Russian
and easier,
missiles,
much simpler and easier. We saw the effectiveness of the Iron Dome that Israel had from Palestinians, and we here in America have an Iron Dome to protect us from any Russian nuclear weapons. Okay, boom, there you go. That's a nice lie that could be sold in theory to help sell this theory, to help sell the nuclear exchange concept. So
I think this is why honesty is so important.
But and I think that's why the crumbling of the integrity of our institutions is something that has become very destructive.
I agree.
That was self-induced. That was not because of people like me or you. That was self-induced by the institutions themselves.
Yeah.
So now we're at a place, and that's why I don't understand why you're struggling in seeing this. The fact that we struggle so much with the integrity of our institutions, basically makes me feel as if it's very hard for anyone to trust that there's sufficient honesty with the American public that really would justify us going to war.
Well, no, I think the reason why the difference of opinion on Ukraine is we have different opinions about the facts. I think, the facts are important.
No, I don't think it's difference of opinion on facts. What I'm saying is, even if all your facts are true, I don't think that justifies taking money. And I don't think that if all the facts were spelled out correctly, without there being a massive campaign of "Go Ukraine, Go Vladimir Zelensky," the most heroic figure in the last century, and that's how he's been portrayed. And don't tell me otherwise. I mean, basically, if you ask anyone who's 2 steps to the left of me as to the greatest figures of the last century, I guarantee you that if they had to list the top 5, 2 of them would be Barack Obama and Vlad Zelensky.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Do you think I'm wrong in that assessment?
I mean, I have no opinion about Zelensky and all the stuff that you're talking about, the lionizing of Zelensky and stuff like that. I'm not watching that. I'm not watching left-wing media. I don't see them doing that. I mean, I don't deny that they're doing that, and you're seeing that as well. But I think the truth thing is relevant here. And I mean, yeah, sure, they're trying to make Zelensky seem cool, but are they lying? I mean, it's just.
And what I'm saying is, I do think that the whole image of Zelensky is completely manufactured. I don't think we know anything about this.
Yeah, but we're not. This is why I keep bringing up, like, what are the facts? Like, I would say.
Oh, I do. I think we need to look into the whole Burisma thing and their level of involvement in running Ukraine.
Look, if we were in a situation where America was under some sort of existential threat, I would like people to start lionizing the president of America since he's fighting for us. So all of this goes back to whether or not you believe Ukraine is in an existential threat, whether you believe Ukraine is a democracy or is some corrupt oligarchy. So those are relevant facts. If they're lionizing Zelensky and he's a tin-pot dictator, it's different than if they're lionizing him and he's the president of a rightfully elected president of a democracy.
Somebody in the chat made an interesting point. If you say, Adam, that you're not watching left-wing media bullshit, then how do you know that there isn't propaganda? Because you're gonna, or even lies, because you're gonna acting like it's just preposterous that people are being manipulated by the media in this regard.
Well, we're only paying attention to the anti-Ukraine stuff because we're looking at those claims and debunking those claims. So we're not trying to put an opinion out on the claims that Zelensky is. I mean, what if you want to give us claims that you think are bogus or untrue that are being put out by the left? Please do. Like, we'd love to look at them on our show.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find for you the ties between Burisma and Zelensky where I found it, so I can I'll share it with you. So this is the cultural exchange I'll have with you, my friend. I'll watch your video. I'll watch your video. And you'll read the news story as far as the ties between Biden and Zelensky.
Please send them. Yeah. The news stories, and I'll highlight them and send them back to you, because the Burisma tried to bribe the Ukrainian government to $10 million in cash. It was like the largest bribe in history. You can look up, there's an article of like the mountains of cash, but Burisma claimed, it wasn't us. We weren't trying to bribe the Ukrainian government. So, but just the broad strokes, if you're living in a culture that's, bribery is how business is done, and you're trying to move away from that culture, you want a culture that's more like, America, where bribery is, you're going to disagree with this. You're going to say bribery is the norm.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay. Like,
no, I would.
Joe, have you ever bribed a judge? Have you ever bribed a police officer?
Never. I've never even tried. honestly, I'd be terrified that I'd end up in jail for like the next 10 years for it.
So look at this. That's a huge look in Ukraine. When the police pull you over, they pull you over because they want to shake you down for a bribe. That's literally why they're pulling you over. Do you want to live? Would you rather live in that society, or would you rather live in the society where you're afraid to try to bribe the police officer because you're going to go to jail?
That's definitely, I think, a healthier society.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to if you're trying to wrap things up, we can wrap things up. So
let me cover some rants here. Actually, only one. Jackals of Terra Argentum says, we involve ourselves in Eastern Europe when it weakens America and strengthens our corrupt elites. This is neocon interventionist logic. We deserve better than forever wars and crushing poverty.
Look, the difference between the neocons and what's going on in Ukraine is the neocons had so much hubris that they believe they could go into a democracy and completely or go into an autocracy and completely restructure it to a democracy just themselves.
So this is the bullshit take that I destroyed in my reply video. And I did it with literally the neoconservative paper that, like, the document that they were circulating, trying to convince everybody. And what they said was that Iraq is not playing ball with us on how they will sell their oil. So we need to make a regime change in Iraq. They didn't even play around with it. Okay. The idea of like bringing democracy to Iraq, like in some kind of beautiful like approach to making things better for them, was just a smokescreen. And as I proved before, they kind of called it hubris or just incompetence. And that's the reason for the failures in Iraq. If you watch the documentary No End in Sight, it is incredibly obvious what their priorities were. They didn't care at all about what the state of Iraq was. As long as the oil is flowing, they don't care. And that was evident by the fact that they were letting the country tear itself apart while they secured the oil and literally ordered troops not to get involved during the rioting and the looting. You know, that was, anybody who cared about there being a functional democracy there would not have allowed that to happen. But it wasn't their priority. They went and secured all the oil. Sitch replied to say, well, they did that for a very good reason, because they're going to need money to rebuild the country. I'm like, no. Why would you let the country destroy its own infrastructure after you've already done a great job of destroying a lot of it yourself, you know, and then just go secure oil so you can pay for it to be fixed? I mean, you could look at it in one way. Maybe they were thinking that it was better to go ahead and let Iraq destroy itself so that in turn, Halliburton could make a whole bunch of money rebuilding it. And I went over all that in my V Radio Debate Sitch and Adam on Iraq video. You guys can watch that if you haven't already.
Okay. This is
Adam, you're making me laugh. How is it different? How is it different? Tell me how it's different.
Yeah, he's making me laugh too.
I'll tell you. Look, Ukraine in 2013 had a popular uprising and overthrew their government and installed a democracy. That never happened in Iraq. Did the Iraqi people ever rise up and overthrow their dictator and have free and fair elections for 10 years in a row? Did that happen in Iraq? I must have missed it.
It didn't happen because they didn't actually care about that. That was the cover story.
Exactly. The culture has to change first.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Before this whole war, why is it that the EU hated Russia so much?
Because what the EU wanted to trade with Ukraine, and Russia prevented it through a
why Russia prevent it?
Because first of all, you should talk to Sitch about this, because Sitch is the one that knows all the details. I only know this stuff from picking it up from Sitch. Mm-hmm. So Sitch will be able to give you all the original sources and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But there was, from my recollection, the EU, the people of Ukraine wanted to get in some sort of trade agreement with the EU.
This is actually a very valid point. because they definitely didn't have the resources necessary to secure the country enough to be able to set up in some sort of functional democracy, which is again kind of a scenario of like, I don't think you really cared about that. Anyway.
And Russia saw the trade agreement as going to be competitive to his trade agreement with Ukraine.
Right.
So therefore,
I think they looked at it, I think similar to you, but I'm sorry, go finish your.
Well, he cut off, they did basically an embargo on Ukraine and said they were going to stop sending them, I don't know what it was, whether it was oil or food or whatever, but they said they cut Ukraine off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they installed the pro-Ukrainian president.
Right. So
or pro-Russia president.
As recently as 2012, 11 years ago, Obama thought that Russia there was nothing really wrong with Russia at all. Everything was totally fine.
Man, your chat is just like I should not come on here.
I
should not. I'm not going to come on your show anymore.
No,
chat is
no.
like,
they don't look very happy with you. That's for
listen
sure.
to me.
Unfortunately, because this isn't the YouTube version, which is I guess no longer available, you guys can't see the chat. But the chat was absolutely eviscerating him at this point. And a lot of Good Logic people showed up in my comments to say, "Hey, I came over here because of the ridiculous way that Adam was behaving. You know, good content, blah 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 blah." This did not go well for him. The chat was absolutely ripping him to pieces.
These people are. This is like bad.
Don't read the chat.
In the chat here.
Don't look at the chat. Okay, I never look at the chat. Okay, I've gone in shows. Never be afraid of the chat. The chat.
Oh, I'm not afraid of the chat. But like, why am I even here?
I want you here. I want you here. To me, this is a way more interesting conversation than talking to someone who agrees with me about a political issue. I far prefer this. And if people don't like you or your position you're taking,
we hate you, Adam. You're afraid. Why are you here? Why am I here? That is the question that I have. Why am I here?
But I want to explain.
Please go. Okay. Well, I'm
before
going. Bye, Adam. All right.
Stop,
see you later,
stay
guys.
here. Stop. Don't be a baby. Come on. I hope you're joking. I know you're joking.
Of course I'm joking, but this is
fine.
just like.
All right. So this is my understanding about the devolution of relationship between Russia and EU is very similar to what you just expressed, with a minor technical difference, which I'm not sure that I'm correct about this, but this is what I understood, is that Russia justified their outrage with EU dealing directly with Ukraine in a position that when Russia broke up back in the 1990s, and they basically let Ukraine go off independently, that part of that deal is that they would have a right of first refusal with respect to natural resources coming out of Ukraine, and that they were basically taking a cut off the top. So like whatever Ukraine would be selling to the EU, let's say, should be $100, and there was like basically a Russian tax imposed, whereas going through Russia, so now it's costing you $110, and both Ukraine and EU said, you know what, we'd rather if you paid us directly $105 and we cut Russia out of this, and it would be cheaper for EU, and it would be and Ukraine would make more money. So that's why I believe that's what I was led to believe as far as why it is that there's this animus over Ukraine between Russia and the EU. And at the same time, around the same time, there was they basically turned against Putin as being the master of evil, the most evil person who lived in the last 70 years, because he basically came out very strongly against homosexuality. And that made him like public enemy number one, literally, like public enemy number one.
I haven't heard that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at the Olympics that were happening there was always talk about boycotting it because of his position with respect to homosexuality. So between those two factors, that's where all of a sudden Russia became this force of evil that has to be feared, even though they hadn't been in 20 years. So with that being said, when you come here and tell me, well, we know that, you want to know how we know it's democratic, because that they've had these free and fair elections for the last 10 years, because ever since the Russian Russian favoring leader was removed and elections were overseen by the EU, we've been told that for the last 10 years that their elections are free and fair. And what I say to you is the EU despises Russia. They have for the last 10 years.
Well,
so
because they're an autocracy.
Or because Russia was costing them a great deal of money and keeping that, and basically, and they said we're entitled to this money because that's why we let Ukraine go in the first place. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to look at, like, two sides to every story here, and now you want to tell me, you want to know how we know that this is a free and fair election because the EU is telling us that. So I'll tell you that the EU would also tell us that every time that Vlad Putin puts on deodorant, he's basically he makes sure that he kills 4 Ukrainians before he does that. They would tell us anything about Putin that's evil because they want him to be believed to be the most evil person in the last 70 years.
We're arguing over facts, okay?
I was in the hospital
saying,
when the Iraqi soldiers came in with guns and they threw the babies out of the incubators. Remember that?
Well,
what?
Okay.
Yeah, it's Iraqi. It was pro-Iraq war propaganda. It's the same thing. They will say anything. That girl ended up being a relative of
I made an argument that Ukraine was moving towards democracy. You're making an argument that Ukraine is not moving towards democracy. We're disagreeing over the facts. Okay, that's fine. You're entitled to your facts.
No, I'm not. Here's what I'm trying to point out to you.
If we can't,
we cannot tell what the facts are.
Okay,
right?
So look, then you cannot make the claim that Ukraine is an autocracy then, because we can't possibly know, because neither one of us know what the facts is. True. I can't make the claim it's a democracy. You can't make. So yes. Why are we even talking about this?
So we come back to square one, which is, why are we doing anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's do nothing. Okay. It's silly. It's totally silly.
Why is it totally silly? What parts do you think they are trustworthy? That's my question. How can you tell me that you feel confident in the trustworthiness of what you're seeing, that this is enough? It's a sufficient trustworthiness.
My model relies on different incentive structures in the world. That's what I usually fall back on, because that seems to be like the truest form of reality. So if various
You're saying human nature. You're saying human nature.
Yeah. The truest form of reality is that apparently nobody is ever manipulated by the media. Nobody is ever swayed by money in elections. Anyway.
Sure. Various facts, if they contradict some model of incentives, it seems that those facts are probably incorrect. So, but I don't
think you're giving enough credit for the human nature of elitists to basically try and milk money from the populace.
How much stuff have you looked into about like the 2014 Maidan Revolution and like the trade deals that we're discussing here? Like, have you absorbed a lot of media on that stuff? I guess send me the articles that you're getting this stuff from.
I haven't looked at any of this in like literally like a year.
Okay.
But I can try and dig stuff up for you on this. I think you and I are going to be fighting about this Ukrainian war for as long as it goes on.
Well,
that's less than 20 years.
Yeah. Well, I looked into this stuff when it happened. Just
look, I could be wrong, because initially I supported the war in Iraq, so I could be wrong on this one.
Yeah.
Every 20 years or so, I'm wrong. So
you're basically saying that they're structurally indistinguishable, which I just think. That just seems
what I'm saying
crazy to me.
I don't know that they're not structurally similar. And like I said, I have so many questions even about our own governance. So like, how am I supposed to give you actual perspective on Ukrainian governance? You have questions about our governance, don't you? Don't you have questions? So if you have questions about our own governance, how am I going to find you some source that I can say that this is truth, that this is real, that this is something that's reliable, that I will take to the grave, that this is definitely true? I can't give you any source like that, the same way you can't give me any source like that. So that then we come back to the position of like, Well, then why are
Well, I
we
mean, I
doing
could give you
anything here?
sources. I could give you sources. So I could
That
give you
you
the sources that I looked at.
that you know.
Yeah,
they're true.
I started looking at like Ukrainian C-SPAN and stuff like that, where they have like, I don't know. Do you listen to C-SPAN at all?
They're not my go-to.
Okay.
Should they be?
C-SPAN discusses like American politics and stuff. There's obviously different channels like that in different countries. So I started looking into like Ukrainian democratic activists and watching their content on YouTube and stuff like that.
All right. Let me get to the rest of my super chats here, because we are running much longer than a normal show for me.
Well, this has been a spirited conversation. So
you're
I'm sorry your chat is like so like obviously you got a lot of
I got a lot of maggots in my audience.
Are they MAGAs? I don't know.
I don't know. I consider myself MAGA, so I consider myself a maggot. I consider that a compliment. So Seed Fan says, do you think
we have a lot of MAGAs in our audience too, though? So I mean, we have a lot of conservatives in our audience.
Yeah, listen, like I said, what I love, I don't consider MAGA to be Trump. Like that is a thing that I think MAGA is far greater than Trump. I think Trump is a very, very flawed person. But
I pulled up the democracy index. Is there any particular country you want me to look at? I know you're like, I don't trust the democracy index.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it. It might be very trustworthy. I just don't know. It's an interesting thought. I mean,
Canada Canada has to be pulled down after the trucker thing, right? Like it can't be. Canada is listed as a full democracy.
Yeah, that's not speaking well for these findings.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. It did drop. It dropped from 9 to 8 in 2021. They don't have 2022 up, but it did lose like a full point.
Is Australia a democracy where they go into zero COVID?
Australia's down. Australia's barely hanging on to an 8. It's almost down to a 7.
Yeah, because I don't see. I mean, yeah. Seed Fan says, do you think your military would go to war to protect Australia against China? And what do you think of the theory of the Pearl Harbor? We got that already. Sorry about that. Brando says, new poll for foreign policy chief Liz Cheney or V Radio.
Bring it on.
You're funny. Let's go. And that's before Adam got here. I'm sure that V Radio is far more popular with my audience than that's why the next poll should be.
Why
V Radio or Adam?
Why the animosity towards
why
Adam,
you guys? Why are you guys fighting with each other?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, I called him.
Do you remember our Twitter?
Here comes the beginning of it, folks.
Conversation where you kind of like,
now this is important. If I can kumbaya you two, that would make this night a complete success.
The Twitter conversation wherein you kind of like, more or less called me out to come on your show and you wouldn't just do a rebuttal to the video that I made for you. You don't remember that? Right, because it was beneath you or something. You wanted to bring me on your show so that you and Adam or you and Sitch could kind of bully me again. That was the impression that I got out of it. And
we bully we bring Joe on to bully. Why are we going to bring someone on if we're not going to bully them? That's the whole point of bringing them on.
Because that's not how I operate. I wanted to have a good faith conversation. You guys kind of jumped me that day, and I took it, and I responded to it in kind, and I even tried to do it in a positive way, and you guys just blew off what I said to you back. So it's like, all right, never mind. And
look,
what little bit of a take you gave on that video that was like an hour long that I made for you guys was pretty minor. You made it out like, I made it out to say, well, because we allowed riots, it's the only reason they neglected the people of Iraq. I'm like, no, that's just one sign that they really didn't give a shit about the people of Iraq. They gave a crap about securing all the oil fields. They did that. They didn't care about any of the infrastructure. They didn't care about any of the museums. They didn't care about any of that. That's because they don't really care. It wasn't hubris. That was the cover story. They just didn't care.
Look,
that was my point. You never reviewed it. You review videos on you guys' stream made by people a hell of a lot less intelligent than me. I took the time to make it for you. Go review it. Why wouldn't you do that? In fact, you just point blank said no.
I'll tell you. I will tell you why I won't review it, because it's a topic from 1,000 years ago. Okay, we cover current events. Us talking
it was
about
relevant
the
enough
Iraq
to you
War.
at the time.
So this is what led to me calling them out again, because their excuse for not reviewing it is only that it's from 1,000 years ago and nobody cares. Well, being as how Iraq is once again trending in the media, people care now. So that's why I suggested a moderated debate. Their excuse for not reviewing my video, you just heard him say it, was solely because nobody cares about Iraq anymore.
Because you brought it up on a live stream. You forced us into talking about it.
At gunpoint or something?
Well, no, you were on our live stream out of just social courtesy. We talked about it, but we're not going to devote an entire live stream to relitigating the Iraq war. Nobody's interested.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I can understand the concept of that, but I am curious about something else you said, Adam, just now, which is that you bring people on to bully them. I'm not sure if you were joking about that, but do you think I've been bullying you?
Of course, I'm joking about it.
Do you comment like, you're just trying to confirm your own biases? That's you're talking to me, and you said that.
Look, Joe, you've been bullying me this entire conversation. You
notice he's not gonna respond to that because it's something he said very early in the stream. That's why I was kind of conflicted about how I wanted to handle this stream. But he said, you never investigate anything. You only investigate to confirm your own biases. The second he did that, he basically took a huge shit over every piece of work I've ever done on this channel. And I don't take offense to it. I mean, that's what, say, Kevin Glowicki would have said during my debates with him. But it does kind of, at that point, we're not friends anymore. That's kind of the end of it. If you honestly believe that I go through all the trouble that I do, like often like getting up at 9 a.m. to research my stuff, and then not even be able to release the video until 9 p.m. because I'm just trying to confirm my own biases, that is a huge insult to all of the work I've ever done. And I can handle it. I get insulted for that all the time, usually by insane leftists, mind you. But this was kind of the catalyst. You say something like that to me, it's like, because I actually make real content. I don't just only make videos about, say, play a Vosh video and then bitch about it for 12 hours. I actually research topics to try to prove a point. I have an activist element to what it is I'm trying to accomplish. And sometimes Sitch will research things too. But to suggest that that's all I'm in here for is my confirmation bias. I'm a left-leaning guy who makes content for people of both sides with a largely conservative audience. If I was just looking into my own biases, anyway, let me continue to play this because this is where the fireworks kind of start.
That is, look at that.
I haven't
chat.
been trying to bully you.
Is it?
No, he's been really.
Do you
nice.
Look at that chat and say, "Oh, this is friendly banter"? No,
no.
Bullying the shit out of me.
My chat is coming after you very hard.
Yes,
they're
bullying the shit out of me,
and I'm not going to do anything to stop that at all. Because I'm a big believer in freedom of speech in the chat, and what I say is my guests don't have to look at the chat, and I didn't know.
Yeah.
That. But
so
when I say we invite people on,
I say we invite people on our show to bully us. It's like no different. Like it's not like nut up already. This is not bullying. This is like people sharing their opinions. Like you'll live, okay? It's not that big a deal. People are going to call you. People are going to call you names.
If I want to bring
people are not going to review your video.
Well, it's fine.
Look, Joe.
This is the part where the gaslighting starts, where it's like, yeah, I know I disrespected you, but nut up, man. And again, it doesn't really affect me. I mean, at that point, once I've decided you're not my friend anymore, the things that you say about me are not really relevant anymore. Then you just become another piece of the noise in my comment section. But, he does stuff like that and says that, and he's going to continue doing that as the stream goes on. I want to take a second just to clarify this, but I did a whole video about it that you should check out, Zomni Soldier, specifically because I play my debate with Sitch and Adam, and then I reply to it with a lot of good information. But the short form of what their version of Iraq is that out of sheer hubris, the neoconservatives believed that they could go into Iraq and start a new democracy that would then lead to Iraq becoming a friendly country. That's kind of a ridiculous take to anyone who's actually studied what happened on the ground. And they said it's hubris. And my reply to it was, after reviewing it and showing a whole bunch of evidence that that's silly, because their real motive was oil and war profiteering. After looking at that and showing that it was silly, they just kind of doubled down and continued to say that. They're basically parroting the idea that George Bush and the Bush administration had some, well, I don't know, they kind of say not necessarily benevolent, but when you look at how Iraq was executed, they showed up while the country was rioting and destroying itself, and then secured all of the oil fields, and they did an extremely half-assed job at rebuilding anything. And when they did rebuild it, they did it at a huge markup for profit for Dick Cheney's company. Like, the whole thing is extremely naive. So, but I did a whole video about it. Please check it out. I guess I'll link it in the description here as well. Anyway, getting back to this.
Yeah.
What kind of views is a live stream about the Iraq war for 10 hours going to get?
Yeah, I know. Look, I'll tell you something. I do appreciate where you're coming from on that.
Joe, who cares?
Frequently, my you know what? Like a lot, I would bring my dad on more frequently if there were things, because he's like an expert in the Middle East. He's an 80-year-old rabbi who happens to be an expert in the Middle East. If there was more happening in the Middle East, I would be bringing him on a lot more frequently.
Of course.
The Iraq war comes into the conversation constantly when we're discussing Ukraine, because it's a perfect example of how lies and propaganda manipulate people into going to war. That's why it was relevant to what we were talking about at the moment.
Okay, so that's a fair. Now he's giving you a fair counter. He's like, it's not just about the Iraq war.
The point about Ukraine moving from autocracy to democracy, unless you're going to make the argument that that Iraq successfully moved from autocracy to democracy. I mean,
I never made that argument. I made the argument that they went over there to acquire resources and didn't care about what actually happened to the people who live there. And you guys said that was like, no, they really did believe that they were going to bring about democracy, and that's just crazy. That's the, and when you come back to like, you know
what, this is how what V's, if I can just interject for a second.
Go ahead.
This is how V's point is really interesting to me.
I agree with you.
A question at you, Adam.
Look, I sent him.
I'm going to throw a question. I want to throw a question at you, Adam. Do you think Nancy Pelosi really cares about what happens to the Ukrainian people?
No, she cares about getting reelected.
Okay, so which person in Congress do you think really cares about the Ukrainian people?
None of them.
So in that, so they're all. So they're all lying to us when they say we have to stand with the people of Ukraine. They stand behind a bastardized American flag, which is morphed together with the Ukrainian flag, which I cannot tell you how that made me feel revolted and furious at Congress. It really did. It made me far more emotionally anti-Ukraine than I could have possibly expected to feel. Even describing it, I can't tell you how it just internally, I felt a vitriolic hatred for Congress when I saw them standing behind that flag. But so my question is, if you're telling me that they're all speaking the truth, but they're not all speaking the truth.
Hold on.
They're not speaking the truth because you just said they're interested in being reelected.
Whoa. Like, the truth is often difficult to discern. And obviously politicians lie all the time so that they can get reelected. But I mean, the American people
like the
do
chat
care
cares about
Iraq.
Just a heads up.
Oh, okay.
This is what I'm going to do.
Why
can we agree to this?
You have a channel. Why don't you do a live stream on it? Okay.
Your channel's 10 times the size of his. I mean, YouTube really steps over.
Which is why him punching down on me the way they did was kind of hilarious. And it's also the reason why Jimmy Dore punched down on him, because he wasn't relevant to him. Yes. That's
what's your take on punching down, Joe?
What do you mean? What's my take?
The punching up and punching down thing.
Do you think I'm punching down on you?
No, I just that framing. Do you? Is it?
I mean,
I think
what he. I mean, now I'm supposed to look into your motivations here. What I'll tell you is this: I think in good faith, you think that it's not a topic that's of interest to your.
Of course, yeah.
I think you are speaking in good faith with respect to what you believe. I don't know that you're accurate in that assessment.
Well, no, listen, I loved it when you brought it up, because I said in the chat, oh, this is the same thing Sitch told him about the Iraq war. You talking about, well, we were going there for democracy It's like things can have dual purposes. It can be democracy and oil. You basically made the exact same response as Sitch. You even went as far as saying, well, the difference is we didn't take all their oil. We didn't steal their oil from them like Russia is doing. You made every single point.
And he countered. Okay, well there you go. Go Team S. So but
I clarify all
he,
that in the video
clarified,
you didn't watch.
And he clarified in his response to me that he's
you should watch the response video.
When he clarified that just because we didn't extract the oil doesn't mean that it wasn't a matter of controlling the oil markets on behalf of Exxon.
Right. Well, there's also the petrodollar. Well, there's the petrodollar myth article I sent you. So, I mean, we can look into that. I feel like relitigating the Iraq war from 40 years ago is probably just not interesting to.
Well, I think there is a certain relevance because it parallels the Ukrainian war, and what lessons we could potentially take from there. So, if someone you're frequently talking about the Ukrainian war. And standing up for, I'm saying, okay, well, that's a different thing. But I'm saying is you're frequently standing up for American support of the Ukrainian war effort, and a lot of people say, well, you know what, 20 years ago, Americans were standing up for the Iraqi war effort, and it took us 15 years to learn what a big mistake that was.
Can you steel man the difference? Well, I guess you don't really see it as a difference.
I don't understand. I'm not saying it is a difference. I don't know. I'll tell you. There's a lot of differences. Specifically, that the Iraqi war was coming in the heels of America facing the first attack on its soil ever.
Correct. That's true.
And in that sense, the sentiment of Americans was very interesting. One of the things I didn't get a chance to mention during the 3 hours we've been doing this so far, that I've thought 16 times during the course of this stream, is that I felt the part of the motivation for us to go into Iraq was to unify Americans that were doing something to fight the evil people who came after us. And even though we were searching through caves in Afghanistan for Osama bin Laden, there was a lot of finger pointing that Iraq was behind Osama, supporting Osama. And it was basically a way of Bush saying, let's come together with the entire world, have our nice, beautiful coalition of different countries who are all coming here to fight the evil. And the axis of evil is what he called them. The axis of evil, and that's how it was designed. I think it was a nationalistic type of fervor of trying to develop a populist type of sentiment about the Iraqi war, that we are the good fighting evil, and that's a large part of the motivation as to why we went to war in Iraq. And I think that potentially motivated by Lockheed Martin or Exxon? Definitely. Were they on board with it? 100%. Why wouldn't they be stupid not to? But,
Halliburton was definitely.
Yeah, and Halliburton for sure. So that being the case.
So what's interesting about this is that when I was debating them, Adam acted like that was preposterous. And he suggested that the only reason Halliburton got the no bid contracts was because, well, you know, Dick Cheney was there and he had this company and they knew they would do a good job. Nothing to do with government, corruption, nothing to do with him being the former CEO, just that they picked a company and it was a good job. You see, one of the things about Adam's issue with this is that there's kind of this belief that he has, like that's what the whole, have you considered America bad, in quotes, like it's this really primitive idea or something, was that, America apparently always goes into foreign policy with good intentions and then just sometimes screws it up, I guess. And then the notion that people are manipulated by money, or that money might ever manipulate Congress into, say, going to war, etc., that's all just silly. Anyway, this is why people have a hard time taking it seriously, because it's just contradictory to anything that's ever been understood by anyone who's looked closely at foreign policy in a long time.
So I said to V, I think there were a myriad of different motivations there, and probably in most wars there's a myriad of different motivations.
There was actually a point during the course of the conversation that I said the same thing, and then Adam said that wasn't possible.
What do you mean?
When he and I were debating it, that he's like, no, it can't possibly be all of the things. I guess you'd have to go back and listen to my rebuttal. It's been a while, but I had suggested, well, it could also be that there are some people involved who have some kind of naive assumption that they think they're going to create that, but I also strongly feel that it's all these other economic interests, and that tends to be connected to just about every war we get involved in. He's like, well, no, it can't possibly be all of the things. It's like, okay, you know, it didn't make any sense to me at the time, but
well, maybe you misunderstood me.
Maybe you misunderstood me.
Yeah, I mean that's why talking is better than doing video responses.
Well, it depends. When I was trying to talk to you directly, I'd get interrupted and laughed over, and you know, generally just kind of talk to in a way that wasn't going to be beneficial to where we, as far as learning the right information.
Now you see how he laughed at me for bringing up the way he behaved. That was what led to me not wanting to come on his stream again. Anyway,
I had to dig up a bunch of stuff because, as you've eloquently pointed out, it was from quite a while ago, but. You know, I got it all together.
Let me
look.
I've
talked to him. I've talked to him incorrectly, Joe. I don't know. It's like,
Adam, is it possible you were kind of a jerk to him on your own stream? I'm just asking.
It's possible that he perceived me as a jerk, sure, but I mean, you could perceive the things that I'm saying to you as a jerk.
I'm sorry you feel that way. That's what he just pulled there. This is when Joe starts to call him out. Eventually, he's actually going to start warning him.
Don't feel like I've been a jerk.
And this show, I haven't seen either of you be anything of the kind, other than what I consider value.
Well, he misrepresented the Jimmy Dore clip, which I think is.
Well, I can give my take on that now if you want me to clarify. I was just trying to be polite, but the reality is
that
it's not that he's running away from you. He doesn't think you guys are consequential enough to spend the time. That's really what.
Well, that's a convenient.
When you guys said something,
that's a convenient excuse
that he felt was that preposterous. He just at that point checked out. And I'm not even saying necessarily that he's right. I'm not a Jimmy Dore fan. I want to be clear. However, the idea that he was running away from you guys, he literally thought what you were saying was so ridiculous for the same reason that I do, the same reason that the chat does. There are a lot of people who think that the perspective that we went over there for those reasons is just silly. And it was the same thing with the Ukraine stuff. That your perspective on foreign policy is that anybody who seems to think that there could be anything corrupt going on is just not looking at it from the right point of view. That's what you
bring the receipts, okay? Bring the fucking receipts.
I did that. He ignored it. All of the receipts are in my video, right down to me even having the document that was being circulated around the White House to try to convince everybody that we needed to invade Iraq. I had all the receipts. He didn't care. And that's why they don't want to play the video, because the receipts are all in the video. If I go on their stream, they can kind of have some control over what I get to show and what I don't. That's why they don't want to play the video. It's much easier to distract away from the point with insults and mockery in that kind of situation and just shut somebody up, which is kind of what they did. Through most of that debate, first of all, I was kind of in shock that two people that I thought very highly of had this ridiculous take about Iraq in the first place. And then secondly, I was kind of in the awkward position of essentially being a guest on someone else's stream, not being told I'm going to be argued with or debated with. And then just suddenly the two people who are hosting me and being nice to let me come on their stream are jumping on me, you know. And again, we would keep going back and forth in this weird little dance between like polite and not polite. But like, again, laughing at me, belittling me, interrupting me, that kind of stuff, you know, it's just not, it's not conducive to reaching the truth. That's what bothers me. It's not that I'm butthurt that another person acted like that. I will say that I was friends with him before, and so it took me off guard. I didn't expect him to behave like a Twitch debate bro. I didn't, you know, especially not with me. But anyway, let's continue.
Like, we literally had the receipts and wanted to go over them with Jimmy Dore, and Jimmy Dore ran for the door. Okay, it's not. It's great to sit here. It's great to sit here and talk about hypotheticals on some live stream. Okay, but when we actually have
the video, some live stream. Like,
geez, on the best live stream on YouTube, please smash that like button and hit subscribe.
Yes.
Good Logic.
Thank you,
Joe the Attorney, the best live stream on YouTube right now.
Thank you.
But look, we had Jimmy Dore talks about this phone call on his show like crazy. Okay, so when we have the phone call, we have the transcripts, we have all of the details, we have the people, we have their backgrounds, we have where they worked, who they had working for them, we have every single detail to go over and point out where Jimmy Dore is wrong. and Jimmy Dore runs out and you say, oh, it's because we're nobodies on the internet and he shouldn't care about spreading disinformation all over the place. That's
how those people react. That's the whole point about the whole
listen,
down.
V, look,
but
V,
when he came on in the first place, he didn't want to be there. That was very evident. And I don't think it's because he was worried about you guys. I think he was just looking at his bottom line. You have way less subscribers than him.
Look,
so he just didn't care. And then when you said stuff that he thought was preposterous, he's like, never mind, I'm out.
Well, he said stuff that he thought was preposterous, and he didn't want to stick around and find out how they weren't preposterous and how we had all the receipts proving that they weren't preposterous.
To him, he just felt that you guys were so off base.
Joe, where are you at on this? Joe, I need to know.
I didn't watch. I didn't watch Jimmy Dore on your channel, so I don't know. I'm not going to weigh in with ignorance.
The clip was like all over. Look, somebody clipped it out.
Is there a clip? Is there a clip that I'll watch right now? That'll be fun to watch.
It was like all over.
Where's the clip? Let me share a clip with me. I'll happily. I'm going to do this.
Well, I don't know. I don't like. Let me see.
Find the clip.
This was like months ago.
I'll find the clip. I'll share. I'll totally watch that. That would be amazing to watch.
Okay, let me see.
All right. Assassins will never happen. You're just cattle to these Malthusians in elected office. That's probably true. Joe, can I take you to Thomas Pink and buy some shirts? We can bring the wives. Why do I listen to me? Listen to me. I happen to love this particular shirt that I'm wearing right now. I'm not even going to kid you. I really love this shirt. And it's a unique thing that I did with this shirt because I don't know what size you guys are. I am a size 16 and a half, 34, 35. Okay, that's what I wear. 16 and a half neck, 34, 35 length sleeve. Boom, that's it. Now everyone knows that tight fitted is like they call it slim fit is like what's in style now. For one reason or another, I ended up buying this shirt off the rack, and it's a size 19 slim fit. 19. And I gotta tell you something, it is the most comfortable fit because it's slim fit. It's the most comfortable fitting shirt I've ever had.
Okay,
I love the length of it.
You sound like this is one of your sponsors, and now you're reading a commercial.
It's probably true, even though I haven't told you the brand name. But yeah, I'm recommending to those of you who are looking for like something to like when you're shopping, because of the whole slim fit thing, where it's like I'm basically about like 8 pounds, 10 pounds over where I want to be. That if you move up a couple of sizes and go with the slim fit, oh my God, it is great. I highly recommend. It was my own discovery, purely serendipitous. But by what standard do you judge a good, bad war? Is it objective? If so, by what objective standard do we apply? Or is it subjective in the sense that what's moral for Igor may not be moral for Bill? So I was just talking about where people's morality lays with respect to should we go to war? Is it moral to force Americans to go to war to prevent genocide? And I'll tell you this much, the fact that this is how bad a climate you walked into here, Adam. Most 75% of my audience doesn't want to invest in a war to stop genocide, which is, I think, far more of a motivating factor to go to war than to promote democracy. Would you agree with me with that premise?
Of course, yeah. No.
Okay.
We have an all-volunteer military at the moment, which obviously is better than having a draft, for heaven's sake. So,
amen.
I mean I think obviously I want to move more towards a voluntary society as much as possible. I think that's the human project. We all want to be able to do what we want to do, engage in our own projects. But there are definitely people who Ukraine is one of those projects for all the reasons we discussed and disagree on. But
Derner says we're less democratic than the Roman Republic. Well, clearly, much less. Laws in Rome were decided by public referendum. In America, only 537 elected oligarchs vote on law. Let's Go Brandon says you owe me a shot for making me listen to your highly insightful guests.
See, I knew it. You guys, it's totally fine. I'm just giving you guys in the chat a hard time. So
Jonah Ryan says, it is funny to listen to an American act like the USA cares about democracy. How many coups have the USA performed? John Bolton admitted to one. Fair enough. Derna says, Rome had the first system with rights and they created a constitutional system. Even when Rome became an autocracy, the system of rights persisted. That is the difference, by the way. That's the advantage of having a constitution. So is that constitution stands the test of time? Far better. Worst Town says smart guest with dumb guest is a bad format. I don't know which of you. I don't know which of you he's referring to. I honestly don't know which of you falls into which category, but that's what he's saying. He needs to weigh in.
Everyone who obviously disagrees with you because you're dumb and they're smart, which that's such a, I mean, that is kind of a dumb perspective to say that everyone, like, I don't believe in a world where everyone who disagrees with me is an idiot. Like, I disagree with Joe on all kinds of stuff, and obviously he's a smart guy.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think you're smart also. I just think that you're a victim of propaganda. The Jackals of Terror Argentum says Zelensky is about as corrupt as a Rummelman. Zelensky is about as corrupt as the African fascists of the 1970s. No difference between him and Francisco Macias. So that's not my take on it, but that was a Rummel rant. The Milo Christensen says supporting Ukraine is the wrong way to look at it. Destroying Russia as a power forever on the relative cheap is a much more relevant to the interests of the U.S. way to think of it.
Hell yeah, Milo.
I'm so tired of saying American interest. You can paint us as having an interest in any country, ultimately. You can. I mean, that's how we ended up. That's how we end up in Nam. That's how we ended up in Korea. That's how we end up in Grenada. That's how we end up everywhere. We have interests everywhere. We have interests everywhere.
I just like, I have more Milo.
So we have 100. The question is whether we have $100 billion.
I hope they don't ban you in the chat for me being on your side, Milo. Watch out. I don't know. Maybe I should withdraw my support and say
okay.
Milo.
OKC. I think everyone knew. OKC Rebel says they don't fight semantics. Then don't fight semantics. 2020 was a coup, and Adam Tifa supports it.
Let's see. Look, that how bad faith is that, Joe? That they're calling me a member of Antifa.
They're calling you your own branch of Antifa called Adam Tifa.
Don't encourage this stuff, Joe. You know that is bad faith. Look, if I came on,
I don't think you're Antifa. I don't think you're Antifa.
Look, I can spread lies about you on my show. I wouldn't do it because it's dishonest, and I care about your reputation.
Do you think I genuinely said anything deceitful about you ever?
No, not at all. Not at all. But I wouldn't allow my chat to spread lies about you either.
Oh, come on. What are you sitting here? I don't think
that's sensitive about the chat again, Adam.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't.
It's look, a super chat. It's a joke.
Hold on.
I read it totally as a joke.
I should say, I don't give a fuck about the super chat. You guys super chat whatever you want, okay? I'm just saying, Joe knows, like, I'm so far from Antifa. Like, to categorize me as Antifa is just a miscategorization. That's the same thing that happened to you guys when the leftists come in and say, "Oh, you guys are all right. You guys are Nazis. You guys are doing the same thing to me," which is completely unfair. I would never do that to our audience. Like, I stand up for the MAGA.
I think that I'm probably further left than you are.
Hell yeah, he's way further left than me.
But I'm definitely not Antifa.
Look, we have plenty of MAGA people in our chat, and I stand up for them. I was super pissed. Like, I'm super pissed whenever anyone just casually calls the MAGA people Nazis. It's ridiculous. That's what destroys the ability to even have conversations with people. So I respectfully, I am not Antifa. So it is what it is.
I took it as a joke. I didn't take it seriously. Okay. And I don't think anyone who listens to you and like actually hears you express your opinions on more than one topic.
Just making it crystal clear for people. I don't want.
No, I actually think that you're anti-Antifa. I think you're Tifa.
Tifa is Sitch's favorite anime character, which is going to get all
sorts. Did you guys interview her? So you're her now.
I shared the clip in the private chat.
I got a scroll up on my.
Actually, I guess Antifa. I guess you're more fa than Antifa. So there you go. I think you're anti fa.
But if you're the fa part, that makes you fascist.
Shh.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're just fa, not.
I didn't mean to translate.
First of all, I closed the chat, so I can't see any of it.
Good. That's the way it should be.
I could only see the super chats, but
good. All right.
Yep, let's show some more super chats.
Monk in Training says Ukraine has fake news galore. Example: SEAL Sean Ryan has YouTube podcast with Mark Turner, a recon Marine who goes in and out of Ukraine, giving good perspective. Ex-SEAL Sean Ryan, not example. It's the opposite. Ex-SEAL Sean Ryan has a YouTube podcast with Mark Turner, a recon Marine who goes in and out of Ukraine, giving good perspective. Well, there you go, Sean Ryan. You guys check that out. Divinity says, thank you for having B Radio on again. Great guest, fun show. God bless you all. Thank you, Divinity. IWD says, your guest seems to think questioning institutions is a bad thing. That kind of
not at all. No, no.
But
questioning institutions is fine.
That you almost like sounded like you were mocking the idea. That's the reason they have that impression, because that's what you said.
I do understand how he came to that conclusion.
Look, right.
You were basically saying, well, then if you're not going to trust anything, then why have a conversation?
Right.
You did say that. You did say that,
yeah,
right?
So, and that's complete. So are you in the position that you shouldn't trust any institutions? I mean, sooner or later you got to dig in and find out, is this institution trustworthy or not, right?
What I'm saying is, I'm more likely to question institutions when I feel like they're trying to push me to do something.
Yes, so am I. Obviously, that's called advertising. Obviously they want me to buy a Coke, they want me to buy a car,
and
whatever they want.
And you bought Ukrainian Coke, and I say I'm not willing to buy that Coke.
But look, no, I did. I went to Consumer Reports and I looked up whether or not this was a good product. Whether or not,
but now you're telling me Ukrainian Coke is popular. You're telling me that's popular, and that's what makes it moral. Because I'm in the minority, and what I'm saying is, but that's because
so many
commercials for Ukrainian Coke.
No, listen. Do you know what Consumer Reports is?
Yes, my mother was a big fan of Consumer Reports.
Okay, so they do actually, deep dives into the veracity of the claims made in advertising and the actual products, right? You're saying, Adam, you've just fallen for all the propaganda that people are spreading. And I'm saying,
saying you read
I went past the product propaganda and I dug in and started watching, Ukrainian television and different documentaries on Ukraine and different television programs on Ukraine. And I did a deep dive into Ukraine. I did a product review of the situation. So I came to a different conclusion than you guys. But obviously, if you guys haven't seen the same things I have seen, maybe if you saw those things, you would come to a different conclusion.
I'll tell you why I don't think I would. And that is because I don't believe in asking Americans to help strengthen democracy in a foreign country.
Okay, so if you have a fundamental ideological disagreement with being any sort of intervention in any sort of other nation, fine.
I'd rather give that money to homeless people in America. I'd literally would rather have that money go to like homeless people in America than to, which I wouldn't support that program.
So it would be spent on drugs instead of like fighting Russia.
No, what I'm saying is I'd rather use that $100 billion to build I don't know whatever number of top tier hospitals you can build than to ship it out to you.
Look, as Tony Stark would say, why can't we have both?
Because there's a limited number of funds, and that's part of the problem. That's why I say take $200 from you, because people forget that we have a limited number of funds. That's a leftist perspective. Why can't we have both? That there's an unlimited money tree that America is, which is supposed to come from someone. And apparently it's not coming from enough from the rich people because they're not paying their fair share, whatever that is.
Look, you can't just say because we don't have unlimited funds and you're acting like I'm asking for unlimited funds. I'm saying I think we have funds to do both. And it doesn't take unlimited funds. Okay. Right. So it's unfair to cast it as this is going to take unlimited funds.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. We spent $100 billion so far in Ukraine. Is there a maximum number on that?
Well, I mean, it depends upon obvious resource limitations. So that's the bottleneck.
But I'm saying is but do you think that money's coming from somewhere, or is there a blank check that we have? We're magically America, and we have a blank check that we can just basically write forever.
Let's let's table this economic discussion for next time. Just I have to go soon. I'm assuming you have to go soon as well.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to pause. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause in the super chats here and look at the video.
No, read the rest of the. Okay, yeah, watch the clip.
I mean, there's eight. You know what? There's 8 super chats left, so I can go through them quickly. I'll get to your 2-minute clip here, and hopefully
we can see if V Radio is mischaracterizing the clip. This will be fun.
IWD you can also says, see if you're like deluding yourself to believe that you were that important to Jimmy Dore.
IWD, I'll weigh in. I will definitively state what my position is. In fact, we'll have a poll.
First of all, the two positions are not. Two positions are not in conflict, so our level of importance is immaterial.
And I'm not saying that he's right if he believes that. I'm telling you, I think you're vastly overestimating the sophistication of Jimmy Dore.
IWD says, your guest seems to think questioning is a bad thing. That kind of ideology is why we've been duped into forever wars and enrich everyone but us and annihilate our middle class.
I'm a huge supporter of the middle class.
Yeah. Well, you're standing in a very lonely island. IWD says, because unfortunately our politicians, not too many of them give the slightest damn. IWD says also, this is an astounding level of willful ignorance. Congress doesn't take bribes. Our institutions aren't corrupt.
I never said that, obviously. I mean,
yeah, I think
Congress
does
take Congress.
I think that's an unfair
character. He somehow has this weird dance that he does, which is one of the parts I have to finish from our debate earlier, where he says that money doesn't affect the outcome of elections, but then also says that Congress is bribed. I don't understand exactly how these two things work together. It doesn't make any sense.
Position of your position.
Congress does obviously take bribes, and there's plenty of corruption. I actually listed one of the most major corruptions is that they can do insider trading, and it's perfectly legal. If you don't call that, isn't that a massive level of corruption?
Debunk he is queer, a fake Lindsey Graham protected. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know either. Ukraine-Russia conflict is 100 years in the making. I think
of course, more than that. True. Some of the people in the chat were talking about Peter Zahan. I've read both of Peter Zahan's books, and I watch his videos regularly. He was on Joe Rogan recently, so you should check it out, Joe. He's a great, interesting character.
I've seen the lights of Zahan, but I haven't seen Peter Zahan. So
yeah,
that's a Star Trek reference. Ukraine-Russia. Justin says Ukraine is a hybrid regime that will give you the loyalty to the highest bidder.
Well, I mean.
So is America.
So is America. I was going to say so is America.
That's why I'm saying and you know what? I hate the fact that I become so jaded about America. I hate that. I can't stand that.
Though.
I'm resentful
though because it's like the democratic system, which I mean we should do a whole live stream on this because I mean obviously we disagree on the democratic system and it's an imperfect system, but I do think that it aligns the incentives of the elites in the same direction as the incentive of the population. A lot of times the population, though, their incentives don't align. That's why you get the conservative Democrat divide, because they have completely different goals.
Okay, C says, I will recommend V Radio all day long. Great guy. Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm. You should check out his hour-long video on.
Now you're being a jerk.
Am I? I'm only playing.
That was kind of.
Was it? Was that too far?
It was considering the fact that you basically spat on it earlier as not being something relevant, and now you're saying something facetious like that. It's kind of okay.
I'm glad you brought it up. I should. I retract that. You should not watch his video.
So now you're just gonna be a double jerk. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Hold on, B.
Remember, guys, he wasn't a jerk. And this is where Joe's kind of like, dude, come on.
This is your opportunity to pitch a video. What video do you want people to watch? I think people
Adam, just stop. Adam, just stop. Just stop. Just no, like when you're like basically walking in wet cement, and every step you're trying to take. Is making it worse.
Might be the better man thing. Might be the better man. I guess you could call it meter does have a limit.
Look, I don't this is I hate to dwell on this, Joe. But
Let's not that.
Okay. Well, I feel
I'm recommending wet
I'm
cement.
I'm only joking around, and I just like it's
wet cement. Just saying.
At some point, you have to say there's
as
like
a friend. As a friend, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm going to keep saying wet cement.
Okay.
It's as a friend. I'm saying wet cement. Okay.
All right.
OKC Rebel says meant as a joke in more than one. V Radio is the best. And Derna says, Adam, thousands of men your age died fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. To say you don't care about Iraq while promoting an intervention is poor form. Ooh, what do you think about that?
Shots fired.
Before we go on, though, that was the exchange where, did you see how long it took Joe to get him to get the message that he needed to shut the fuck up? Like, because he's so narcissistic about this, he doesn't get it and won't. This is this whole obsession with him never apologizing to anybody or whatever. But it's also the reason why I don't want to go on a stream and debate this guy on his stream. I'm not going to do it. It's just stupid. It's a waste of time.
Well, I mean, I've had family members that have been in both Iraq and Afghanistan. So, I mean,
so why is it irrelevant?
Does it not seem like we're? Does it not seem like we're? Let me ask you this: would you support American direct involvement in the Ukrainian war?
Look, the super chat is mischaracterizing what I said, because I said the reason we weren't covering the Iraq and Afghanistan stuff is because the people on YouTube don't care about Iraq and Afghanistan because it was so long ago. So to characterize me as not caring about it is actually
the people on YouTube don't care about it. That's why somebody just paid $5 for a super chat on YouTube. But the people on YouTube don't care about it.
Accurate, because I obviously do care about Iraq and Afghanistan, and I have read many books on Iraq and Afghanistan that I shared with V as my evidence against his position. So just because I don't want to do a live stream on it because other people don't care, and the theme of this live stream is why the hell should we care about Ukraine? So I mean, other people don't necessarily care.
It really wasn't. It was actually whether we should ever care about anything, pretty much, that we should go to war for it.
Okay.
That's really what it is. Should we ever go to war? I want you to know something. If you look at the sign that's held up there, is like "Stop Genocide of the Uyghurs." Like it was the genesis started when someone made a claim that there was genocide happening in Ukraine. I was like, I don't think there's genocide. I don't think there's potential genocide. I don't think anyone wants to kill off the Ukrainians. I don't think Putin wants to. Do you think that there's an attempted genocide in Ukraine?
They're
really
bombing Ukrainian citizens. They want to basically take over Ukraine. They want to turn Ukraine into Russia. And the definition of genocide is extinguishing an ethnic group. They want to extinguish Ukraine as an ethnic group. They want the people to be Russians.
Whoa!
This is why they keep shipping Russians into certain
like a
areas.
Cultural genocide, not a literal genocide.
Do you think that Putin wants all the people living in Ukraine who are Ukrainians
to be Russians? Yes.
To be dead.
To be Russians.
We're dealing with two different
or dead,
no,
either or.
No, I'm asking you: is it become? Do you think that he's saying become Russian or die? No. This is really central to what I started this whole thing, because I don't think that's true. I don't think that's remotely true. I think it's an economic thing. I think he wants control of Ukraine. I think he wants to know that Russia will continue to have control of Ukraine, and that this is not at all about change the culture of Ukrainians, that whatever distinctions there are between Russians and Ukrainians, which no American could possibly know, or very fewer than 2% of Americans could possibly identify distinctions between Ukrainian and Russian culture.
Then why did Putin, when he did his first speech before he invaded, did he make the argument that Ukrainians were Russians? Why did he do that?
Okay, to justify going in there, to basically present an image of this is why I'm justified in going in there.
He made a very clear argument.
I'm looking to save these Russians who are under Ukrainian control.
he made a very clear argument that the Russian and Ukrainians were one people and that they should be united.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where I think there's a cultural breakdown here, as you as a Westerner versus understanding Russian culture. And I'm only saying this not because I have much more experience with Russia, but I have spoken with Russians who are familiar with Russian culture, and I've watched several videos about Russians who explain distinctions between Western culture and Russian culture. And one of those key distinctions is that whenever a leader is speaking, and this goes back to the days of Stalin, that when a leader is speaking, they all know that whatever logic and perspective he's giving out right here and now very likely will be completely 180 degrees different 7 minutes from now, and that no one's going to call him on that, and know that they basically say whatever they want to say in the moment, and that no one takes it seriously because they know that 10 minutes from now what they're saying will be diametrically opposed to what they just said. So you're sitting here as a Westerner saying, like, look, his whole justification was this, and I'm telling you that he could have just as easily have given a speech and meant it as much, which was 180 degrees opposite from the way he phrased it.
So you're saying he's lying? What
I'm saying is that the truth has nothing to do with what he's going to say. Yeah, I do think that he's a big time liar. Yes. Do you think he's not a liar?
Well, I think obviously he's lying, but I think there are certain places where I will say he's lying and you will say he's telling the truth, and those will obviously align with our understanding of the situation. So
no, I think that Putin does what Putin does because Putin wants to do it, and I do think that money is a major motivating factor for him.
What I mean, I've read a bunch of books on this stuff just because I'm super interested in it. The guy who Putin threw in jail, he ran the largest oil company in Russia, and basically Putin incarcerated him and took over his company and took all of his money. He wrote a book about Russia that's super fascinating if you're interested.
He's a bad person. I've never once said Putin.
Oh yeah,
I never once said Putin is not a bad person.
I didn't accuse you of saying he was a good person. So obviously,
I'm saying, like, I think he's power hungry, money hungry, and that's really his primary focus. I don't think there's very much difference between him and potentially.
This book is called The Russian Conundrum: How the West Fell for Putin's Power Gambit and How to Fix It. This book is fascinating because this guy grew up. I mean, he's obviously like a Generation Xer, and he grew up when Russia was in the Soviet Union and lived through all of the various programs to try to westernize Russia. And Russia did move more towards a democracy for a while until Putin stepped in. And Putin kind of did this summit with all the business elites, like, you guys will be in charge of business, and as long as you stay out of politics, there won't be any problem. And then slowly it became obvious Putin was going to be like president for life, autocrat, dictator. He started incarcerating the business leaders who would speak out and expropriating all their property and wealth. And that's how Putin became the richest man. And well, I think he was the richest man in the world for a while, but I don't think he is anymore.
Seed Fan says Donbass region is ethnically Russian. That I heard as well, by the way.
Yeah, and they also voted. It's in the clip that I sent you. The guy says they voted 90% for Zelensky. So Zelensky is also a Russian-speaking
That's not the results
Ukrainian.
I've seen. That's not what I've seen.
What do you mean? I looked it up. It's totally accurate.
Adam reads people paid to say something crazy. So there's that. I don't know that that's true or not. But that's what
Adam reads people paid to say something crazy.
That's what someone just in a super chat.
Okay. There were a lot of people who for some reason thought you were like paid COINTELPRO CIA.
I don't think he's paid to do
that's going on.
No, I don't believe that, but yes, that was said a lot. Yes. I'm not giving it credence. I'm just saying that's the context of that statement.
Listen, Adam is paid by you, our fellow viewers who watch our show and super chat us.
Why does this look like that? That's the wrong thing.
If you guys are COINTELPRO,
yeah.
Oh, I guess there's a link in the.
I'm pulling it up right now. Hold on a second.
There's a link in the private chat in the.
I already got that. I'm pulling it up right now.
I hope we didn't see anybody's important DMs.
I don't think so. All right, there we go.
I did see V Radio DM'd complaining about me, but That was a joke, V. That was a joke.
Kidding? There was nothing. Yeah,
I
there was
don't
nothing
remember
else.
doing that. No.
One
I'm
of
quite
the
capable
main
of complaining
piece of
directly to you.
evidence that I see cited, that you cited, Dave, that Jimmy cited many months ago about this claim that the U.S.
Hey, Sid, no, Sid.
Hey,
Whoa,
What's-
was that?
what's-
What?
What happened there?
I don't know. Was that? I thought that was your show. That was a clip you sent me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. What is this?
the same reason we're there, and any discussion about it is just stupid.
Jimmy,
And so
you
I
know that
appreciate
that's
you, and I
not-
thanks for
Is
having
it?
me.
I
on.
mean, you,
And thanks for
Jimmy,
saying I was
Jimmy,
funny.
Jimmy,
No,
Jimmy.
that's
Before
Why is it
It's
like
not-
this
it's
clip's
not
not playing
working, yeah.
well? It's not
are
playing.
you clicking on the Oh, I guess you.
I'm not clicking anything. I'm not.
Oh,
clicking.
it is from the Twitter. You can see. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll refresh it, and maybe it'll be better. Sometimes that happens.
piece of evidence that I see cited, that you cited, Dave, that Jimmy cited many months ago about this claim that the U.S.
Hey, Sid, no, yeah,
Sid.
Sid. Yeah.
Hey,
You're
so
right.
maybe
Sid.
hey, you
You're
want to
right,
have?
Sid.
Should we talk
You're
about
right.
if water is wet? Yes, we could.
Jimmy,
fucking
Jimmy,
Ukraine.
Jimmy.
All right, I'm going to take care.
Wait, Jimmy.
said the
Yeah,
Are you
Victoria
really going to
I don't know
debate
why.
this? You're
What the heck is happening here? That's
Do it. Don't full screen it. Just see if you can do it on. See if you can press play on Twitter and it works.
going to debate whether fucking the United States could
Wait.
Ukraine. You guys
Nah,
enjoy it.
it's
Take
not
care, you
working.
guys. This has been fun.
Thanks for coming.
It's not working right.
Look, Elon totally messed up Twitter now. Doesn't even work at all.
What's happening here? I want to watch this clip.
You have to watch the whole thing in order to get through it. But
Yeah, you know, let's. I'll go through. Let's go. Let's try and work it. Just work it through. Heck,
Now it's
No.
not even working.
wow. What is
That's okay.
happening?
now experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
that I see cited, that you cited, Dave, that Jimmy cited many months ago about this claim that the U.S.
Hey,
Listen,
Sid, no, Sid.
Hey,
You're
so
right.
maybe
Sid.
hey, you
You're
want to
right,
have?
Sid.
Should we talk
You're
about
right.
if water is wet? Yes, we could.
Jimmy,
fucking
Jimmy,
Ukraine.
Jimmy.
All right, I'm going to take care.
Wait, Jimmy.
said the
You're
Victoria.
really going to
phone
debate
call.
this? You're going to debate whether fucking the United States could
Wait.
Ukraine? You guys enjoy it.
See, he's basically
Wow.
saying, yeah. But I mean, he.
That's the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard. I'm out of here. Like he
That's
just
your.
doesn't
That's
care.
your position. Your position, though, is that we could Ukraine, right? V.
I actually haven't looked at that one close enough.
Okay, Joe, your position.
That we could Ukraine?
Yeah.
I don't know what.
By the way, when I say I haven't looked at it close enough to have an opinion, that's because I don't actually go around looking to reaffirm my biases. I've stated that I feel the situation is so screwed up that it's pretty much impossible to get good information on it right now. Because again, I don't just go into things trying to confirm my bias. I will say that Glenn Greenwald's video on this topic was pretty convincing. And again, it was of a congressman saying the quiet part out loud. I think I've listened to the phone call that they talk about that was supposed to be about the United States kind of picking the next leader. I shared the Glenn Greenwald clip, I want to say in my Discord. I'll share it on Twitter as well. But Glenn Greenwald does a really good job of playing an interview with a congressman just kind of openly talking about how he's working on regime change in Ukraine. Doesn't get a lot more blatant than that. Anyway.
What do you mean in that context?
Well, you heard just now. So Jimmy's position is that the United States, committed a coup in Ukraine and installed a puppet government. Obviously, it wasn't Zelensky because this wasn't the guy that became president after the Maidan Revolution. Look, some people call it a Maidan Revolution and some people call it a 2014 coup, because they believe America installed a puppet president.
Is this a difference between Battle Manassas and Battle of Bull Run? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, I don't know. What is that? I don't know the analogy that you're making.
Oh, well, the South calls the first battle of the Civil War the Battle of Manassas.
Oh yeah, no, it's the same
while
thing.
the North calls it the Battle of the Bull Run.
Well,
the
no,
battle.
I mean, look, America either did a coup or didn't do a coup. I mean, that's a fact. That's a factual claim that we can look into. When we look into that claim, we find the evidence that America actually committed a coup based on nothing.
Meaning that there's no basis to come to that conclusion.
Right. The key piece of evidence that they use is this phone call that is completely taken out of context and uses an alternate timeline, and that's what Sitch was going to point to. He was going to bring up the trans.
Who's this phone call between?
I can't remember. It's between
Sure there was a woman on the call that apparently worked.
V, do you have an opinion on the phone call?
I honestly, I heard it and I was like, well, that kind of fits in with the pattern that you typically see, but I didn't really make a very before I like make a video about something, I study it pretty carefully, and
of course
that's why I told you that I didn't look into the coup very closely yet. That's why I didn't make a statement about it, because I don't actually go into situations looking to confirm my biases.
Do a video on that and we'll respond.
So here I am saying the thing I just said. It's been a while since I listened to this.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the problem is it's very hard to get very accurate information about any of that stuff.
Well, Sitch has got like a million sources cross-referenced, has the entire timeline laid out as visual aids. He's got everything.
I really doubt he has anything resembling the problem is that, again, you're talking about a war that like just about every major power has some kind of motive to manipulate in their direction. I don't think that any such evidence will even actually exist until after the fact. So I just don't take any stock in it. And that's why I've taken a step back from it and mostly just looked at the Ukraine war as something that I hope that we'll have the full story about later.
So that's why when he started bringing that stuff out, Jimmy Dore was like, well, I don't want to stick around for this because it may turn out that I'm wrong about this thing that I've been telling everyone I'm right about. What was that super chat? I didn't see it. How bad was it?
No, nothing. John Ryan says maybe USA should not interfere in countries like Russia. USA interfered to place Yeltsin. Putin rose to power under Yeltsin.
Yeah, Logical Checkmate brought that up to me.
USA interfered under Yeltsin?
Yeah, they interfered to get him elected in the first place.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm basing a lot of my information on various sources. Obviously, sources all are, they have their own independent biases and that they bring to the table. So, no, Adam.
As Godzilla says, no, Adam isn't paid, but that source maybe. So he's basically saying you're not Russian propaganda. You're just Ukrainian propaganda. You just may be reading Ukrainian propaganda.
So the source is Mikhail Khodorkovsky. So basically, he was incarcerated by Putin. Do you think he's like on Putin's payroll now?
No, I don't think so. What makes you? Do you think that he's not that he might not really dislike Putin?
Oh, of course he dislikes Putin. Look, one of the stories he tells in the book is pretty fascinating because he knows oil because he's the head of the biggest oil company in Russia, which was basically developed under free market principles. So he sees Russia going more towards Western style free markets, and he's into that because he grew up under the Soviet Union and understands communism sucks and that incentives work. And so a competitor was bought out, a competing oil company, for some outrageously low sum. And he called it out. He said it was suspicious and it was some evidence of corruption at some some political event or something like that. And Putin was there and he had no idea, but Putin was the guy who was behind the corruption and worked a deal with buying out the oil company. So he got, basically the oil company and a huge stake of money, and was super pissed that this guy was bringing attention to it, and decided to get rid of him as political opposition because he wanted to liberalize, westernize Russia. He didn't find out about that until he was incarcerated. He didn't find out that Putin was behind the shady business deal until he was in jail. His attorney told him that later on. which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's a fascinating book, and I mean, if you are as anti-commie as me, it's fascinating to hear the story of someone who grew up under communism and saw communism embrace kind of free market solutions and start thriving, and then an autocrat come in and put the kibosh on all of that by expropriating people's property.
Yeah, actually, I had heard about that. I had heard that basically that the void ultimately got filled in by an autocrat. Because when capitalist systems were first being implemented, it basically got corrupted by members of the KGB. So, or former members of more members of the former KGB. So, Dernis says, for those who don't know, Mikhail how do you pronounce that? Khodorkovsky went from being a communist bureaucrat to mysteriously owning the Soviet Union's entire oil market.
Well, he talks about, look here, this is fascinating because he talks about this in the book. The Austrian school, or not the Austrian school, the Chicago school came in, and all these free market people were going to tell the Russian elite how to implement free markets. And they said, what you need to do is to get all of your state-run industries into private hands as quickly as possible. So the Russian elites decided they were going to create the Russian stock market and give shares of all the state-run companies to the population. So the Russian population that grew up under communism had no idea what a share in a company was. Like, they're getting these stock certificates and people are selling them on the streets for like a loaf of bread. So Khodorkovsky comes in and he's like, well, hell, we're business people. We'll buy the stocks up. And soon he's owning all of the companies because he's buying the stocks for next to nothing. He's like, okay, me and my friends, and they're in their 20s, like they're entrepreneurs for the first time. They started a cafe first, but then this stock thing came in and they realized they could start buying up companies. I think they bought like 40 or 50 companies. Some of them were completely worthless, and some of them turned out to be like money makers. And he said him and his friends got together and said, okay, we need to focus on one industry. We can't own 20 different companies. So they focused in on oil. Like, you tell me, Joe, is that a corrupt way to corner the oil market in Russia?
Assuming that's a true story, no.
Well, that's the story he lays out in the book. Is that a true story? I mean, he's the one that told the story. It seems like it is verifiable. I haven't done any work to verify it, but it's fascinating.
No, that's a very interesting story. It is. I don't know. Maybe this is also meaning that. So what your point is that there's no corruption?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. So what I'm saying is you're trying to say there's legitimacy behind the underpinning.
Look, bring the super chat back up. What's the super chat say?
I don't remember the Mikhail Khodorkovsky thing.
It accused Mikhail Khodorkovsky of corruption. That's why I told the story of how he cornered the oil market, because there's a difference between cornering the oil market by buying stock certificates from a bunch of people on the street, than cracking heads and doing it surreptitiously by killing people in the middle of the night.
Fair enough.
I don't
know anything about
what evidence is this?
I didn't even know how to pronounce his name. 5 minutes ago, I didn't even know how to pronounce his name, so I don't know.
So look. For those who don't know, come on, let's bring it back. For those who don't know, look, Joe, what this comes down to, like epistemology. Why do you believe the things that you believe? Do you believe them because your gut tells you, oh my God, everyone in Russia is corrupt? Or do you actually look into the details?
Basically, I tend to go by gut. Everything here is but seat of my pants. That's what I'm all about. The gut. I'm all about the gut. That's basically it.
Before this conversation, did you think that I would ever be able to pull a story like that out about Khodorkovsky? I doubt it.
I never heard of Khodorkovsky. So I know I definitely didn't know you could pull out a story like that. You probably could tell me stories about your grandma I wouldn't believe either. I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you. what are you asking from me? I mean, like, is it like a stain on my education that I'm not familiar with Mikhail Khodorkovsky?
No, I'm just
everyone knows, like, oh my gosh, should I be red faced that I don't know Mikhail Khodorkovsky?
It's a really important thing that everybody cares about. That's why we all know.
Well, no, you're
not like
I'm going to make a poll. How many of you have heard of Mikhail Khodorkovsky?
There is literally propaganda in your super chats, and you're just letting it go by.
It's freedom of speech, brother. You know, freedom of speech.
Okay.
We here on the Good Logic Show do not necessarily endorse the content of all of our super chats.
I know. Look,
if someone's willing to pay me $2 to read it, I'll read it.
I'm just Joe. I'm just joking around. I hope you know I'm joking around.
Of course.
And V, I hope you know I'm joking around too. Okay.
Oh, Ty Sloan said, "Do you think China replaces USA in the future?" Do you think China replaces USA in the future?
I keep getting contradictory information about that.
Look, I am so bullish on USA. China is on the verge of demographic collapse.
Yeah, Joe Rogan just had a guy on who was talking about that. Joe Rogan had a guy on talking about how China is actually in a lot of trouble.
Where's the look? I clipped out. I sent it to. Hold on. Where's the thing that I sent you? Look. Further, every advanced semiconductor manufacturing facility in the world is critically dependent on U.S. technology. We're not dummies, okay? We're not dummies. The only chips that China makes are like the dumb little chips that make Casio watches work and toys and stuff. All of the high-end chips China can't make.
Okay. I question our ability to rely on American exceptionalism given the current cultural climate.
Mm-hmm.
Our current cultural climate,
ability to buy video cards because of the chip shortage.
What I'm saying is the current cultural climate, which basically denounces meritocracy, is not a recipe for long-term success.
I agree.
So you're sitting here saying that we should relax about any geopolitical threats because of American exceptionalism, and I say, okay, maybe I wish I had a stronger belief in American exceptionalism in the long term.
Whoa! When did I say relax about geopolitical threats? Look, we just cut China off from even accessing the high-end chips. We basically said to China, anyone who works in China on these high-end chips, get out of the country or we're going to revoke your citizenship. Like, we're playing hardball with China on manufacturing. So if we weren't doing that, I would not like that. We should be playing hardball with China. So you can't say I'm in the relax about China position. I'm in the we shouldn't relax about China. We should cut them off from our manufacturing prowess.
Mm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You seem very confident that we got all the chips, they're screwed. That's what I took from what you said.
Look, I read
was
about
I, was I taking the wrong thing that you found an article which says we have all the chips, so we win, they lose, and that's it, end the story. And I'm like, it's somehow the world never seems to be quite that simple, from my experience. That's just my gut. I didn't read it anywhere. That's literally just my gut.
Well, I'm sure they can probably still embezzle some chips and stuff like that.
I just feel like maybe
they got that they can't manufacture
that we may not be expecting. I don't know. That's just.
They got TikTok on their side. That's kind of insane that we allow the TikTok thing to go on.
Yeah, that's for sure.
What was that?
I'm not in favor of that.
The TikTok thing is really messed up. Like if you use TikTok in China, the only way to get better views is academic and athletic
wholesome stuff. Yeah.
If you try to get views over here, then you're going to get more views by endorsing your own newly invented mental illness or identity, just all of the wokeness. Basically, it becomes evidently clear that there's a social engineering kind of project going on to make our kids stupid and weak and crazy. And this
should be your next video, brother.
Yeah.
And Adam, And that's going to be the whole makeup tour with Adam, Sitch and Adam. They will spend 10 hours talking with you about that.
Look,
video.
I think
Am I wrong, Adam, that you will?
I think we can see who is extending the olive branch and who is slapping it away. Like I am ready to bury the hatchet. I'm ready to bury the hatchet.
You have so much wet cement all over that. Like I fear for you if you go swimming. I fear for you, my friend. Don't go swimming, Adam. Stay out of the pool. Stay out of the pool. Get out of the pool.
Look, I feel like I'm in a scene from Pulp Fiction or some Quentin Tarantino movie. It's like V Radio. Do I have to hold your hand? Pretty please. Drop the fucking shtick. Like, pretty please. Bury the fucking hatchet, okay?
There's nothing better to get somebody to want to bury the hatchet than to speak to them in a way of saying something like, "Do I have to hold your hand?"
Look at this. See who's extending the olive branch and who's like, "No, you have to date me first. You have to hold my hand and take me to the. You have to take me out to the pier before I can."
Adam,
drop
you didn't
the
commit
hatchet.
to the whole TikTok video stream. What happened to that, Adam? Just give a good faith. Give a good faith. Give a commitment right here and now.
You're building like a straw man the size of Godzilla right now.
I'm not gonna get down on my knees and kiss your ass. Okay, that's just not gonna happen.
I didn't ask you to do that.
It feels like that's what you're asking.
That's shit you're inventing right here.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm misperceiving this. Then I'm glad that you're not asking for like a public apology or something, because that would
all know you're incapable of that.
Because that would be
public apology.
Joe, please tell me you're not that soy. Come on.
No,
Joe.
I was asking you to give him one. I don't need a public apology. So
Joe,
that doesn't make me soy.
No, Joe.
That quite the contrary.
Do you remember the reason I was muting you on the 200th show? Do you remember the reason?
No, I don't.
Because I thought you were going to make a public apology, and I was like, "Don't apologize to this fucker, Joe. What are you doing?"
Oh, you're saying you don't believe in apologies. Okay.
Well, I don't believe in like extracted apologies because, oh my God, you hurt my feelings. Come on.
No, that's not it.
Come on.
But it is kind of crazy narcissistic to talk.
Oh, now he's calling me narcissistic. Okay.
Yeah, because you talk crap to somebody and then act like they're wrong somehow for not forgiving you for doing it.
Joe, I am Adam, the famous narcissist of the internet. Okay.
There you go.
I know that we have overlap in our audience because I saw a bunch of Sitch and Adam people in the chat who said hi to me when I first came in. So the apologize meme is actually because we had a guy on our live stream that actually asked for an apology, and I told him to fuck off. And so the audience is constantly saying, "Adam, you need to apologize." I also famously made Aiden Paladin cry on a stream, which was, I believe, was like her, like she was crying as a debate tactic. Like you can go back and listen to the stream. I think it was a bit manipulative what she was doing. Yeah. So, but I am the one that suffered the slings and arrows from it. So go ahead, Joe. Let's wrap this up. I gotta go to bed.
I could probably learn Mandarin.
So I want to take a second and address this very astute observation from NL. When he says his comment didn't really address your point, he just danced around it. Exactly. This is the kind of stuff that I don't want to deal with. I don't want to just be belittled and smacked around. And it isn't because it hurts my feelings. It's, again, people do that because it's a trick to try to convince the audience that they shouldn't take your debate opponent seriously. And that way, when your debate opponent is actually making more sense, then you can deflect that. If you're trying to convince people that you won the debate, Trump is very good at this, by the way. Trump does this like a freaking pro. He just goes right after people. You can't take anyone he insults seriously at that point, and then the substance of the debate is kind of irrelevant. Now, mind you, Trump also made some very valid points about Iraq, I might add, that were fantastic. But this is the kind of stuff I don't have time for this kind of shit. It's very rare that I engage with something like that. Very rare. And it's usually in a situation where either A, I'm on a Twitch stream because somebody invited me on and, you know, it's theoretically supposed to add to my audience, but it rarely does because I like smart audience, not stupid audience. Or when I think it's something that's important enough that I'm going to deal with it. So like when I smashed Kevin Glowicki, you know, that was another example of me going ahead and engaging in that kind of stuff. In general, I'm not really interested in it because my goal is to try to get the news, the truth out there. And when you engage in that stuff, then it's not necessarily about the validity of your argument. It's not about the quality of your research or your evidence. It's about who can make the other one look foolish or silly or weak or stupid. And this whole stream was really frustrating because I'm trying to do exactly what he said, which was be nice. And Adam just kind of took advantage of it the whole time and just kept taking pot shots. And to answer this, yeah, I would say so. I mean, what you got to remember, TT, is like people who don't want smart, intelligent conversation don't tend to stick around, you know, so, but anyway, gonna go ahead and hit play here. I just wanted to take a moment and point that out.
In faster than finishing one of your streams. So you need to be a little bit more specific on a timestamp there, my brother, if I'm going to go back and watch her try to manipulate you.
Come on.
Use tears to manipulate you.
It's only an 11-hour stream. You'll find.
Yeah. So final ones here is: do you think Ukraine is like the Spanish invasions? I don't know what are the.
I don't know the Spanish invasions. Yeah.
Derna says the people who were put in charge of privatization brought their stocks with bribe money from EU businesses. Yeah, I was going to say, where did he get the money to buy those stocks? Well, everyone's desperate for bread.
Well, hold a second. Kornakovsky and his friends had a cafe. They opened a cafe first, and that's where they experienced making money. So they were buying the stocks with cafe money. He goes into all that in the book.
All right. It's very
look, this guy.
I want to add a further point about whether or not I get good, smart people by going on Joe's stream. Joe and I don't agree about a lot of things. I think I get smarter every time I go on his stream. He says he learns from me too, right? That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to cultivate. Smart conservatives and smart left-leaning people being able to talk to each other in a productive manner. We don't need more bullshit in society right now. We don't need more lowbrow, childish, juvenile insults. We need more smart talk. People are trying to unravel the fabric of our society with this bullshit. There's plenty enough division right now. We don't need more of it. That's why I try not to contribute to it.
Guy is so desperate. Like, have you even read the book?
Adam read it in a book, so it's true. No, I haven't. I've never heard of the dude before.
Look, where are you guys getting your information at? Your Wikipedia?
My information about what?
CNN? Look, you guys are bringing information to the table too. This people commonly say this. They're like, "Oh, Adam read it in a book, so it's got to be true." But yet you're presenting information. Where are you getting your information from?
No,
are you saying your information?
I keep saying the information we're getting is unreliable. That's an easier position to take.
Well, no, I got it. Well, I would rather actually understand what's going on, and you have to get information from somewhere. I mean, I took firsthand information from Kornakovsky. He wrote the book, so it's his recollection. So take it however you want. But this claim here that he bought it with bribe, where's that from? Is that not in a book or a newspaper or an article or a video? Or did you work for the CIA? Where's your information coming from?
That's a fair counter.
Yeah,
that's a fair counter.
Tell me. Look, should I not tell you where I got the information from?
No.
Okay.
You're telling us how it is you became the Adam Friended that we all see here today.
That we all know and hate.
Not at all. Not at all. I do think you're kind of a jerk here to V Radio. I'm not going to kid you.
Was I? I think V Radio was a total cuck to me.
I think I was a cuck to you.
Yeah, I think V Radio was just completely mean to me, and I don't like
This is all my fault. This is all
my understanding of the situation now is that V Radio is just a bastard, and like he wants to sulk in his potty pants instead of like making nice with me. So
I'm not
That's where it
sulking
stands.
on anything. I'm being polite on someone else's show.
Okay, that's what you call this. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, this is the narcissistic like abuse cycle. You're a bad person for not letting me shit on you.
Yeah, because I was asked not to tear your ass open earlier. Remember?
I think. Look, I'm
and you've been taking pot shots at me this whole time while I'm sitting here trying to do what the host asked me to do, which is also why I was so polite to you guys when I was on your show when you weren't being polite to me.
I mean, it's like
about.
I think really
V. Don't worry about being polite to me. I'll tell you right now. Don't worry about being polite to me. You want to?
Yeah, but you and I have a good understanding of how that works.
If you want to tear him a new one, by all means, he's been asking for it.
Yeah, so please do.
If you want to
please tear it up.
He's been asking for it.
V, I'm not gay, but just this one time.
You know, I'm just saying, if you want to tear him a new one, by all means. I don't want you to feel constrained.
Look, it
really comes down to whether or not it's worth listening to. It's not normally my style either. If I'm going to raise my voice to somebody and really tear into them, they got to really, have it coming. I kind of reserve that for when it's necessary.
Thank you. So he's basically saying that I don't have it coming. V, look, do.
You have something coming, that's for damn sure. But that's why I said go watch my video and actually acknowledge that it was there, because I presented all that evidence. You asking me where I got my evidence? I showed you.
I watched the video. Most creators wouldn't even watch the video.
You completely blew it off.
Yeah, because it's all stuff that I have heard before. I know these arguments.
Right.
Like you're acting like
made it abundantly clear that you were wrong, and that's why everybody responded the way they did. At least the ones who watched it.
Look at, do you hear this stuff? It's like, oh my God, Adam was wrong, and everybody knows it. This V.
I feel like I want to watch that video right now. I'm feeling like I want to watch that
totally
video.
Do it.
Look, I honestly
guarantee you he'll log off.
I honestly don't feel that V is coming to this in good faith. If I did,
I'm in bad faith.
Yeah, I do. I don't think you're interested in resolving the conflict here at all.
No, I'm not interested in continuing to have any kind of interaction with somebody who bullies other people to feel better about himself and then tells you that you're a cuck and a pussy and a punk bitch or whatever for not forgiving them for it. I'm not interested in that. I have better things to do with my time. That like I could go hang out with my kids. I could, it just that's why this is a problem. It doesn't suit my mission. It doesn't suit why I'm on. That's really why.
Like
well, what is it that has to happen? I have to basically just endure you talking to me like that a little more, and then eventually just get over it. Look, and then call me a cuck. That's actually being a cuck would be to let you continue to act like that and not in any way acknowledge that you're doing something wrong. The difference is like this isn't my first rodeo. I would say that was like the thing that would have been more of a problem was like it just kind of put me off and out of balance because I kind of trusted you to be a better person than that.
Look at this, Joe.
That was what I was surprised by.
Look,
yes, look at
Don't
this.
Turn to me. Don't turn to me.
Listen carefully as he
I like both. I like and respect both of you. And
right.
I think, and I'm serious. I really do. I like and respect both of you. I do think there's a conflict of styles and personalities.
There you go. Exactly.
That's a little bit at the root of this. And I think that a lot of people interpret your approach here, Adam, as being kind of a little bit of a jerk. And I think other people are interpreting V as being a little bit salty. So
I'm not salty yet.
I'm telling you now.
That is completely accurate. You guys have got exactly the situation. That's exactly what's going on.
You do eventually get salty when you're calming down because it's supposed to be the kumbaya thing, and then somebody takes pot shots.
I was hoping.
Yeah, but V, you're acting like you're not taking pot shots at me. You called me dishonest.
You called me dishonest. You called me dishonest. That is your statement to me. I never said you were dishonest directly at that. No, not like that. You did.
Well, I called you dishonest after
you sure did. And you also said that I act to confirm my own biases. Like I'm like, who are you talking to?
Well, I mean,
that's not how I operate at all, ever, under any circumstances. I'm the left-leaning guy that breaks the story on Kyle Rittenhouse and alienates 3/4 of my audience because that's the right thing to do.
My perception is.
Did you really say that
you-
he's looking to confirm his own biases?
Yes, he did on your show today.
I missed that. When he
Yes,
said
I
that.
that's
did,
one of the
yeah,
things that
I
led to
totally
the direction that we were in, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's like that, huh?
What is that? What is that based on, Adam? Why would you say that he's looking to confirm his
Because
own biases?
when he was whining about the
no, I want to
chat-
hear. I want to hear him explain that claim because I don't even understand that because I have never seen you doing that. So I want to understand that claim that Adam made. So Adam, you made the claim. So stand.
Well, I've never seen him look at a source and change his opinion on anything. So it just seems like he's looking for sources that confirm what he already believes, which is obviously confirmation bias.
So let's go back to the original reason why he even knows who I am, which is the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff. If you all remember, those of you who've been subscribed to me long enough to remember my Kyle Rittenhouse documentaries, I went into that project believing Kyle Rittenhouse was probably just a crazed shooter. Then, through diligent study, I found that that was not the case. And I presented the truth in that, despite the fact that a large part of my audience at the time was extremely left-leaning. And it pissed them off. And I told them, okay, go kick rocks. I'm not going to help you lie. But as he just said, flagrantly dishonestly, he claimed that he has never seen me review anything and then change my opinion. It's just horseshit. If anything, it's projection. Let's go on.
Till I see some evidence that he's going to be swayed by other evidence, then like I think
most of us are looking for information. I mean, can you give examples where you've been swayed on a position that you took publicly, and then you changed your mind and took an opposite position?
Well, I mean, I've been forced to reevaluate my position on UBI like a dozen times because I keep learning more about economics and finance and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I try not to take strong positions until I have enough evidence. Like the Ukraine thing is the perfect example. Like I started watching a bunch of stuff. I read a bunch of books. Look, I literally read this guy's book because I read like 4 or 5 books on Ukraine. And I
learned Russian to read his book. I just want to.
No, listen.
But
are you?
I'm just want to before you just go any further on what you said, because you made a statement about V. So have you ever heard him express an opinion about a subject that he weighed in confidently on that he had not yet researched and explored?
Yes,
extensively.
Yes, the China chips thing, which triggered me at the beginning of the stream, and I started sending you articles about it. And V immediately backed off and said, "Well, I haven't researched a lot about it, so I don't want to get too into it."
I didn't make a huge commitment. I said Sagar and Jetty reported this. I tend to trust him. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
so you're triggered by that?
Well, I'm triggered that you're spreading wrong information.
Okay, whatever.
So I qualified. I haven't looked at this very heavily. This is what Sagar and Jetty said. I tend to trust him. He's pissed off about me spreading false information. That's apparently okay, and that's the reason he can shit on people. However, it's not okay for me to be intolerant of Sitch and Adam spreading absolute ridiculous falsehoods about what went on in Iraq. Again, it just rules for me, not for thee.
Wrong information, like going into Iraq thinking we were going to create democracy by destroying the country and then letting it destroy itself.
Look, he won't let the Iraq thing go. It's like
but that's not about his video. What he's saying is you're committed to this entire position that we went into Iraq. Are you not committed to the position that you believe we went to Iraq in order to spread democracy?
Joe,
and that do you still believe that right now?
Joe, that's why we went there. I'm 100% committed to burying the hatchet with V Radio. V Radio is crying like a whiny baby over here, and he won't do it.
Oh, boy.
What can I do?
You're so persuasive.
How do you say that?
What I muttered under my breath was, "Oh boy, you're so persuasive." That's right. Say that I'm crying like a whiny bitch. That is a fantastic way to bury the hatchet. If you're an idiot. I don't understand what he thought was going to come out of that.
You're 100% committed to it, and this next second basically call him being like a bitch. How can you? I mean,
well,
I don't know. I don't know what to take from what you're saying.
To get somebody to want to meet you halfway, isn't it?
First of all, we're at an impasse because we have to both agree to put down the guns, right? But he hasn't put down the guns, so I'm not going to put down the guns.
Okay.
So I mean,
I'm not shooting yet, other than to tell you that perhaps telling somebody they're a whiny bitch is not the best way to get them to come around.
Well, because we're in a shooing war right now, and I took a shot.
No,
look,
I haven't even started yet.
Joe, you know, V Radio has been. I mean, he's been taking shots. And I'm gonna go back and listen because I want to be sure of this. But I swear V Radio took the first shot at me because he brought up this stuff. I was like, I'm all about letting bygones be bygones. But he's the one that brought it up. Yeah, what, Joe? Come on. Use your lawyerly moderation skills here.
I honestly don't recall who brought it up when you first came in here.
Well, I mean,
there was a lot of chaos in talking at that point in time.
I'll bet you $10 right now, V Radio, that you brought it up first. What do you say?
I don't even know who brought it up first. I know when he told me that he was going to bring you on.
Okay.
I'm willing to put $10 on the line.
All right. Okay. Listen, I'll tell you this much. It's been clear to me that consistently for the last, I don't know, hour and a half you've been here, Adam, you've been doing a lot more shooting than Vegas.
Right, because look.
So you feel so it's almost like you feel it's almost what I'm hearing from you is like he took the first shot, so I'm basically coming out.
I'm gonna get out the AK. Yeah, I'm gonna get out my AK. Listen, you pull a knife on me, I'm gonna pull out my AR.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, you know, I wish that this would have gone a lot better than the way it went. I'm not going to kid you, I did, and that's I think V was trying to like sort of, you know, be a good guest in like not shooting, and you basically were like, and I'm not saying you were a bad guest, you weren't. I think both of you added a lot of value to the stream, but I do think that you were way more aggressive than he was, and I think it was not close. It's not close.
I
you
agree.
Were way more aggressive.
Look, you listen, Joe. You were the guy who said that the Russians did the right thing by killing the entire family of the people and sending it to the
I still believe
takers.
that. I still believe that. And if you think I'm wrong, think about how many lives were saved as a result of that incident.
But look, in the analogy here, I'm going hard on V, but I'm in a no-win position because he's
but you know what? Do you think he's a terrorist?
You're in a no-win position because you're wrong.
You think he's a terrorist? Is that what you think? You think that like if you don't do this now, he's just going to keep destroying other people and taking them hostage?
I'll tell you what, Adam. Like, you know, self-reflect a little bit on the people that know you, that commented in the chat today, that commented in the chat while you guys were talking to me, and also the ones that commented on my video have said they've unsubscribed because of the way you guys behaved. And self-reflect a little bit on it. It's not your whole subscriber base by any means, but I'm not the only person who felt that you guys were misbehaving in that situation. So it's like, take from that whatever you want.
Where have we misbehaved?
But I'll tell you the following.
This whole thing ends as soon as Adam apologizes.
No. I don't need Adam to apologize.
Joe.
But however,
Joe, you know how soy
I have
is.
plenty of experience with people who will just sit there and shit on you and then kind of make fun of you if you're not okay with it, and then just tell you to just go ahead and accept it. And I'm not that person. I'm the person that if there's a difficult person who shows up to Thanksgiving, like the drunk uncle, who tells them to shut the hell up. I'm not that. I'm not the person who just takes that.
Joe said it perfectly. There's like a stylistic difference going on here. Joe understands it. Like the chat laid it out perfect.
You notice he can't stop interrupting me because at this point I'm kind of starting to drop some bombs.
Like Adam's being a little bit of a dick, but V Radio's being a little too salty. That we have to meet. We have to meet halfway. As soon as you stop being so salty, I'm going to stop being a dick. And it's just, that's life.
I guess it's a question of you've never seen me salty, so I don't know what you would take from that.
So okay, that's fine.
Which of you is Daily Wire and which of you is Steven Crowder?
Oh no, who wants to be either one of those?
I actually think that whole thing is ridiculous.
I think Good Logic is definitely Ben Shapiro and V Radio is.
That was totally anti-Semitic, you son of a bitch.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh
yep,
man!
see, there you go.
Did I commit a racism? Oh,
that was a hate crime right there on my own stream. I'm a victim of a hate crime on my own stream. All right. Look,
let's wrap this up. I gotta go. I literally gotta go to bed. I'm exhausted
now. Yeah. Okay. So Adam read it in a book. It's true. No USA has no value to semiconductor tech. What the hell? I didn't think that we actually are the ones who are controlling semiconductor. I think that you have misguided confidence in Americans' influence over the whole semiconductor thing. But...
Well, show me the receipts. Don't just say it. Go like this is what people on the internet like to do. They like to say you're wrong. But okay, show me how I'm wrong so I can update my opinion. Well, I don't have anything, but I know you're wrong.
No, it's like I didn't. Look,
if I'm wrong,
somehow,
I'm wrong.
Somehow, when I started a stream that was talking about should we ever go to genocide, should we ever defend genocide, I didn't expect that I would have to defend the Taiwanese superiority with respect to semiconductors. That was my shortcoming, that I didn't foresee that coming. But I didn't foresee that coming.
But look, we're friends for life here, Joe. So we can definitely dig into this problem together and come to some better understanding of truth. So that's what it's all about.
True. Although I'm not
going to if I'm wrong,
the same level of friend until I formally hear you apologize to V Radio on my channel.
Well, I guess fuck you. We're not friends anymore.
See, Pfizer executive caught by Project Veritas. We're exploring mutating COVID so we can preemptively develop new vaccines. I didn't see that, but I did see that, that's scary as hell. Geez, this whole pandemic stuff is like a nightmare. Headed toward nationalized press shutdown, democracy. Oh, headed towards democracy. Question about Ukraine. Nationalized press shut down all opposition parties and an entire religion. NSD disappears people and Skull and Crossbones others regularly.
Right.
And Amnesty International is a decent source. Actually, I'm not a big fan of Amnesty International. I think they're full of crap.
Well, I understand. I mean, they obviously got rid of the pro-Soviet communist parties in Ukraine. So yeah, but it's a wartime situation. So obviously that's a different situation.
Obviously they're just going to start welcoming Russians as soon as Russia leaves.
Yeah.
We're all very confident in that.
Isn't Zelensky Russian? I think Zelensky is like a Russian-speaking Ukrainian Jew. So I mean,
yeah, okay, and
this is why he was so popular with the Russians. This is why he got 90% of the election.
And Bernie Sanders is Jewish, and he can't miss an opportunity to dump all over Israel. So I mean, just because someone has certain DNA doesn't mean that tells you anything about.
Well, hold on a second. You probably know the demographics in the Obama election, right? Like he got 98% of the black vote.
Right. Okay.
So if Zelensky is getting 90% of the Russian vote, there could be an ethnic component going on there. It doesn't seem beyond the realm of possibility.
Fair enough. Although I think it's a little different. It's a little different. You're talking about the first black president.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's a little different.
But, well, I mean, has Ukraine ever had a president? I mean, I don't know.
Who the heck knows? How did Spain go from world power to small fart? I think he was talking about the small Spanish invasions or something. Ty Sloan, this would have paid off way better for you if you had just gotten one $10 super chat to pay for everything than multiple $5 ones that I was sitting here trying to parse together. Is Russia and China's partnership long lasting? No, that's a self-interest.
Of course. Totally agree.
Lasting as long as it's mutually.
So I agree with this point, which is one of the reasons why I said I didn't want to debate him on his stream anymore. I'm not interested in underhanded kind of manipulation to try to get people off balance. I'm interested in measured, researched points exchanged for the purpose of dialectic, which is actually what I said in the DM that he's so upset about. I don't even know if he bothered to read. I said it became pointless because it's no longer dialectic. When you're doing dialectic, your intention is to actually try to achieve a better understanding of what was going on. And if your goal is to win at all costs, up to and including just being a lowbrow, intellectual thug, then you don't really care about the truth. You just care about winning, or at least being perceived to have won.
Beneficial. That's how long it'll last. And after that, it's done. OV, this is standard Adam. He's like this always. So these are the people who know you best. You said it's your own chat that's in here. So I don't know.
What was that aimed at V? Yeah, because I'm
he's saying OV. This is Adam. This is what Adam always is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going out like I hit Sitch and I beat each other up way worse than this. I mean, I'm actually pulling my punches here. I don't want V to buy razor blades after this live stream or anything.
You're vastly overestimating your impact.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that because I really don't. I feel like you shouldn't take it so personally.
Worst
it's not
kumbaya ever.
I agree, Joe. But I blame you. You're the host, so
you should.
This is your fault.
I accept full responsibility for the lack of kumbaya here. Okay. Well,
are we wrapping the stream up or what?
We are right now. Any final thoughts, Adam?
No, this was a great stream. I'm glad I could hang out with two of my best friends on the internet. Joe Logic, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and V Radio, go over to his channel. He has a bunch of great videos. I actually discovered him over the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. He made great videos breaking down the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, and I think he even had an interaction with the guy who shot the first shot in the Kyle Rittenhouse exchange. What was his name, V?
I actually got him arrested.
Yes. So go V.
He got Josh Zeminski arrested.
Yeah.
So fortunately, who knows? He'll get prosecuted, but yeah.
I know, because of that damn Binger. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No, but Josh, those who are unaware, the V Radio, before the Rittenhouse trial, he is the one who basically helped me get the entire timeline. That's one of the best videos I've ever seen. And
amazing work.
He really clipped together in time sequences exactly how that whole night unfolded, and brought the receipts, and basically started it by saying, I'm a hardcore Democrat, and I'm telling you right now, this whole narrative about him is ridiculous. About Kyle Rittenhouse is ridiculous. And
I didn't identify specifically as a Democrat, but I made it clear that I was a left-leaning guy. I voted for Bernie, but yeah, I've never joined that party, and I won't.
Yeah, I voted for Bernie.
That's good.
You guys are both brothers.
It was definitely not the work of somebody who was just looking to confirm their bias.
Right.
Definitely. Not in that case. You were right on the
ever.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Not ever.
I do want to point out to you, Adam, that is a display which is rare to see in anyone, happening even once.
I agree. I totally agree. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying is I think that your claim that he's seeking confirmation bias, that I think is kind of out of left field, and it's on tenuous ground.
Well, I mean, I will admit there are times that I am seeking to confirm my biases too. But if somebody doesn't point it out to me, then I can't really address that issue.
Ukraine. Yeah. Okay. So V, any final thoughts from you, my friend?
Let me see. Well, I think we've established that genocide is not okay.
Genocide bad. If you tuned in, hopefully within the last 4 hours and 22 minutes, you've reached the conclusion that genocide is bad.
Right. And I guess other than that, it as always was good to be on, and I'm
going to urge you guys to sub up to both of these people. I felt like that was a sufficient olive branch that was being extended by Adam by his closing here, that I'm going to include a link to Sitch and Adam. I'll include a link to Sitch and Adam in the description.
Please subscribe to V Radio. I've been stuck at 4,800 subscribers now.
For the love of God, can we get him to 5,000? For the love of God.
Yep.
And such.
YouTube is equally against all of us. I think we can agree. So.
Oh my God, they're so evil.
The only reason we're bigger than you guys is because we've been here longer. Jeez, that's like the only thing.
Well, Neo Unrealist talked about the fact that when everything started, it used to be way easier to get subscribers, and I guess he got in at the end of that, and then he's been stuck at like 30K, I think, for years, like plural.
Yeah.
And there are people who get stuck in the algorithm that way, and that's one of the reasons why all of my stuff is put everywhere. It's on BitChute, it's on Odyssey, it's on Rumble. But at the end of the day, I don't want to have a monetary connection too much to what I do. I do get donations for it, but I've found that in the past that it's a problem. But I think one of the things that occurs to me actually to mention is that my mentor and all of this political ideology stuff is a guy that thinks that we need to eventually move past opinions and start getting into science to make our decisions. And that's why I don't go in anything with bias.
Hey, I got a jet, but V, I really do hope we can bury the hatchet. I was just joking around, and like the chat said, that's just me.
I'm going to wrap up here. So
review my video.
Melissa Blake, thank you so much for joining. Thank you.
That's
so
all
much
you got to do. You don't have to apologize.
Welcome to the following, and I thank both of my guests for coming here. God willing, tomorrow evening I will have Legal Mindset here. So if you thought things were spicy tonight between these two guys here, just wait until you see Andrew and Jew. So that's tomorrow evening at 10 o'clock. Check out also, I urge you to check out Locals. You really need to be on Locals. Thank you guys so much. And as always, Godspeed.
So I think that was supposed to be his attempt, I guess. The problem is that it's important to understand I don't respond to people who act like that. And as a consequence, that was kind of the beginning of the end. I went ahead and continued to try to talk to him every now and then, tagged him on some things. And then he said that apparently he muted me. The drama is still unfolding on Twitter as we speak, and I'll probably do a video about that later. But most of me reviewing this was because I kind of needed to remember all the things he did. And at the end, it's kind of bizarre. It's almost like, because he did sound like he was sincere about wanting to try to bury the hatchet. It's just, I'm not gonna, like, that's the ironic thing. He said I was a cuck. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna cuck for you and just let you shit on me and then expect me to be your buddy. It's not how it is. I don't do that. I just don't. So, but that's really it. But yeah, and I don't know when I'll be on Joe's show again. It's been a little while. He gave me his phone number and everything. I could probably talk to him about it, but this was kind of an attempt to go on and go over all of this stuff. But but no, it wasn't. It was live at one point a while ago, but I've been live reviewing it this whole time and just pausing it every now and then. Make sure you smash the like button if you haven't already, by the way. But yeah, I've had some good guests. Not that long ago. I've actually been trying to work on David Thibodeau, who's one of the survivors of the Waco incident. I don't know. He had agreed to come on, and then he said he needed a break from Waco stuff, and I could totally get it. He was there. But it's part of it is just that Waco and Ruby Ridge are kind of examples of things that I think my conservative audience should consider when it comes to the fact that, yes, we should be skeptical of the police in certain circumstances. And those were definitely excellent examples. But yeah, it just, the personality clash thing is just that I don't, he and I have discussed things in the past. It's like, if I don't agree with you about something, you don't suggest that I have some kind of mental problem, that's why I won't agree with you, or that I'm a pussy if I don't agree with you, or I just don't respond to that stuff. As soon as you do that, I just start losing all respect for you. Whereas like when Good Logic and I discuss something we don't agree on, how is it that we can manage to do that and actually make everybody in the audience smarter rather than dumb? like, I guess this would be a good way to put it. I thought about this earlier. Adam wants to have exchanges that basically amount to like the Jerry Springer kind of attitude. And I'm not interested in that. I like conversations more like Joe Rogan when he's being an intellectual, or Jordan Peterson pretty much all the time. Those are the kinds of people I want to talk to. There are people I wouldn't mind smacking around. Like I would debate Vosh. Absolutely. I that's a guy that really could use being knocked down a few pegs. One of his videos about trans athletes in sports literally just made me literally just want to smack him upside the face. He's crude. There's a couple of others I wouldn't mind knocking down, but honestly, for the most part, though, it comes down to my motivation being about trying to achieve, something where everybody is smarter. That's really it. So, but that's really it. There's a couple of other things I need to do, which was other than maybe just do my response that I never finished to their views on how apparently money has nothing to do with elections or our government's functioning. We talked about that a little bit on this stream, but so this one was pretty long. I'm glad that at least you guys seem to enjoy it. But yeah, but like he says here, I think it's two different genres. You can't debate stupid or ignorant. Right. And that's why he wants it on his stream so bad, because he can't, he doesn't want to just review my video. My video is a strictly research documentary. It's not a situation where I'm being, where you can belittle it or laugh at it without just looking kind of dumb. Like, when I bring up the document that the neocons are literally circulating around the White House to try to convince people to invade Iraq, are you going to make fun of it? Like, you're going to laugh at it? You're going to talk over it? You're going to interrupt it? I mean, if you do, it's going to be pretty obvious, and that's really just how I prefer things. But, they actually just came out with a new Waco documentary on Netflix, and there's people from both sides in it. So I guess that's why I'm watching it, but they already got some things blatantly wrong. Like they went with the cops version of events, that the Branch Davidians fired first, but anybody who studied that one pretty close will know that David Koresh went to the door and then started being fired on almost immediately. He didn't even have a gun, and the door would have been physical evidence to prove that. The door mysteriously disappeared. They had video that should have shown what happened at the door that was just magically deleted. There was all kinds of screwed up all over that situation, and I'd love to talk to somebody about it because it's an important part of history that I'd be worried about repeating itself. So I do hope to do a show about that. I'd like to do a show about Ruby Ridge. I don't know that you're dealing with a lot less survivors at that point. I don't know that I can find somebody who lived there that would want to talk about it. But yeah, that's pretty rough. Thank you guys for enduring that and, sitting through the chat and all that. He did show up to call this a cope stream or something, but it's not, at this point more just to try to be able to give the answers that I didn't give, because I was, again, just kind of shutting up and letting Joe handle that. That's why he did most of the talking. I was also just, again, it's less about being angry at Adam and more about being angry about Iraq. That situation really pisses me off. Now that you can get away with it, maybe we'll do a watch party where we'll watch No End in Sight, and you guys will really understand why I just don't have any tolerance for people that play around with this. It's not a game for debate bros. Iraq was horrible. And to try to suggest that somehow, they were trying to set up democracy in Iraq, it's like Holocaust denial as far as I'm concerned. It's on the same level of stupidity. I mean, you just have to be an idiot. I can't, I wasn't taking shots before. And the reason I keep saying things about, oh, you're getting salty or, or you're getting upset, you'll know. You'll know if that ever happens. It's very rare. But it's not a slight elevation of my voice when it happens. You'll know because my voice will be at top decibels. But again, it doesn't happen very often. I don't usually allow that to happen. So, but anyway, thanks again for tuning into this long ass stream, 4 hours. I want to thank Winning Reality again for doing the stream they did while I was in the hospital and helping me earn some money. I'm at like $1,500 or so that was earned to try to help me be able to get a ramp or some means in and out of my house because my ankle is still broken. They tried to do like 3 different things to fix my ankle, and 2 of them failed because of how soft my bones are because of my spinal injury. So, I'm kind of looking at an uncertain future. My right leg was already weak due to a previous injury where the doctor kind of ignored me, and it's fairly obvious that part of my quad is severed. And now that he ignored me, it's too late to fix it. So now my right leg is not up to the task of just taking up the weight of what both legs need to do. And then my left leg was so messed up that it was broken in 4 places, not the leg, the ankle. And then he tried to do like, again, 3 different things and was only able to accomplish one of them when he was doing surgery. He went in there with a plan and he wasn't able to do all of it. So, and it was weird when he talked to me about it because it was like talking to somebody who was selling you a used car and is trying to gloss over the flaws it has, you know. But I have a walker. I have a walker. I have a wheelchair. I have all that stuff. It's pretty much mostly just about not having a way to safely get in and out of my house. And that's further complicated by even when I do get out of my house, my sidewalk is kind of like a half sidewalk because I live in a mobile home park. So my wheelchair doesn't go over that either. That's why I was hoping to get a ramp. At the very least, though, I would like to settle at the very least with just a really sturdy railing. And the railing I have on my mobile home is one of those aluminum skinny things that's almost like more for show than actual support. So I'm hoping to do something like that. But in any case, I'm glad you guys enjoyed this. I will probably do my own fundraiser stream at some point on it. I just hadn't done it. It wasn't my idea to do that one. Winning Reality did it, and it was very nice of him. You know, he had a bunch of people come on. I invited some people on. Strategic Eyes came on. Logical Checkmate came on. Who else? Oh yeah, Johnny Walker Dread. You know, and then that's just like the people that you guys kind of know from my circle. On the other side of it, a bunch of people came on that there were people that are friends with closer anyway. Winning Reality. Oh, yeah, I'm tired. Divinity Said came on. You know, a bunch of them. It's a cool stream. We had some interesting conversations about communism and like, you know, what the difference between like voluntary communism is and authoritarian communism, but it was a good conversation. So that was Winning Reality. You can go check out. It was like a 12-hour stream we did, and we will like it. So Lawrence Hoffman says, "Thanks for making me feel better about my life." yeah. So me getting around involves my right leg that is messed up, my left ankle that is broken, my spine that won't hold me up for more than about a minute without a walker. So that's why I already had one. But I will be doing more stuff. I had said that was my plan when I was in the hospital because I realized I could do stuff. But part of the problem is that a lot of when you're in the hospital's internet, there's a lot of stuff that was blocked, which was one of the reasons why I was like, well, I wanted to do this stuff, but I don't think I'm going to be able to pull it off. So I've got a bunch of shows planned that I already kind of had the material set aside for, but it was on my laptop, so I'll have to put it somewhere else so I can do it. But I had a bunch of little videos planned about different topics. Some of you may remember, for example, that I predicted on Twitter that when people oppose pedophilia, they'll be called fascists for it. And the reason why I said that was because some fascists, along with the actual fascists, neo-Nazis showed up. And then Patriot Front, which is very obviously a bunch of glowies, showed up to oppose pedophilia. And I'm like, now, let's see how long it takes them to associate then opposing pedophilia with being a fascist. And I called it because it happened maybe a week later. So now if you say that you're opposed to pedophilia, you're a fascist. and I have a bunch of screenshots for that. I'll make that video later. Thanks again for tuning in, guys, and don't forget, if you go to hy.page/vradio, you can also join us on Discord, and the Discord chat has been very lively, actually. The Discord chat is a lot of debate, and it is moderated. The only real rule is no personal attack. I mean, other than just the obvious, don't spam and shit like that. You know, so, and it's become interesting because Crowdsourced Politics showed up in our Discord. So it goes by Cypher, and he goes in there and he says some pretty crazy shit. So, and everybody kind of gang piles on him, but, you know, but just my rule is just no personal attack. You can totally make your argument, present it. I just want people to practice being able to prove that they're right about something without trying to just make the other person look bad. You know, like I had meant over multiple times in this stream. I'm not interested in wasting my time, you know, with what your opinion of me is as a person. That's not relevant. I want to discuss the issues at hand. So it's been interesting. You don't usually have to ban people, but some people just can't communicate without personal attack. Like they can't live without it. They can't make arguments without it. And that's because we've kind of all been conditioned to just make it part of our parlance that if for some reason I'm not coming out in the way of this debate that I like, then it's better for me to lash out than to ever admit that I might not have a good position on something. So anyway, folks, thank you very much again for tuning in. When you go to hy.page/vradio, you can also join me on Facebook. I have a Facebook group. I have Telegram channels. I have a bunch of different places that you can watch my streams and videos. So like Rumble, BitChute, etc. They're all on there. A lot of my videos are also in podcast format if you prefer podcasts. You can also, if you want to, that's where you can find my Patreon, my PayPal, and my Subscribestar if you want to support this effort. I'm still, especially now, in a position where I can't really work. So it kind of comes down to doing this. So what little money I do get from you guys, other than for the stuff for the ramp, helps me with things like my utilities. I have a very generous roommate who's kind of covered the rent. I don't want to continue to lean on him in that way, but you know, that's my situation for now. And thanks again, guys, for tuning in. This has now been a almost 4-hour stream. I don't normally do this, but I was playing a long one, and I just kind of wanted to have it on my channel as well to go over later. People wanted the clips of specifically what he did that was lame. I think you guys have all seen it now. So when he's whining about DMs or whatever being passed around, it's like so small potatoes in comparison to the shit that he said on this stream. And Joe just kept telling him, he's like, dude, you need to stop. You're walking in cement shoes here, man. You know, stuff like that. He just didn't. Adam wouldn't listen. You know, it just kept going on. But he. You know, it's always my fault. So anyway, thanks again. Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Good night, everyone.